I will never get over how fucking cool the guitar is in this song.
Woo 13 months for your 13 year.
Hey, everybody. I put that together months ago. I was originally planning on... First, let me throw on some more music, just kind of quietly in the background this time. I was originally planning on doing some kind of Blaseball explanation stream a very, very long time ago. But the problem is, I was putting so much effort into that damn thing that it was starting to stress me out, and the act of putting work into it was starting to become a pain. So I kind of dropped that whole project. Originally it was a PowerPoint presentation with like GIFs and graphics and images and some animations and all kinds of shit, and it just was too much. So this is gonna be scuffed. That's the goal here, is that this is going to be scuffed. Also, I'm just now realizing you guys gave me a fucking hype train. Is this my first hype train? You guys are... Thank you. So, this is going to be scuffed, and that's the intention. I just want to be able to go over this and reminisce about this to all of you guys. It's going to be bad, it's going to be stupid, and I want it to be bad and stupid, and oh my god. I don't know what's going on with my alerts. Why do my alerts look like that? What happened? What happened to the alert I originally had? Gay. But yeah. Also, hi, Griff. So I've got a little something funny here. Oh my god, peanuts. No, not the peanuts. No, please. Who is this child? Don't you recognize me? Oh, fucking... Ah. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy the new... Got cuter, I got tinier. I'm a sports commentator, like I always used to be. I can show you an image of an example of something really quick, just because I can. The way I got myself started streaming on Twitch, not my very first stream, but it's something that got me back into streaming after a couple years of hiatus due to high school and college and such, was Blaseball sports commentary. And back then, I didn't have a PNG tuber, I didn't have my robot, I didn't have anything that, like, signified who I was. But what I did have was a love of Humongous Entertainment's Backyard Baseball. So what I had was this. I was doing sports commentary as Vinny the Gooch back in the day, little kid from Backyard Baseball. So that's me, and that's my friend Calf, and we were watching a Firefighters game, streaming that live. So I got my good buddy Link to draw me officially as Vinny, just for this specifically. I even have my old custom desk that I had drawn back in the day. And I don't even know where to even begin with this, because I don't have a script, I don't have anything. Like I said, I wanted this to be as scuffed as possible. And I'm going to be here for a good while. I am gonna have to leave at some point, and you gotta realize I go to bed at 10 o'clock my time, so it's not gonna be a super late stream. But even after the stream's over, I gotta stop at my parents' house to take care of my pet bird, I gotta take a shower before I go to work tomorrow, I got a little bit of a busy week. But I'm going to do everything I can to try and cover everything that I could possibly remember about this game. And the reason I have the wiki page up is because this wiki has a timeline of events.
I do not know who Corvo is, but I do not judge based on smell.
We don't usually go by Corvo in the office. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I'm gonna be going over the timeline of events on this website. And I'm also going to be pulling up, a website known as Cyber Before. Let me pull that up really quick. Cyber Before. Come on, there we go. And what this website is I can type in a random season and a random day here at the top of the page. Let's say season 5, day 28. I don't know, random day, season 5, day 28. And then boom, we could see the games as they were played on Season 5, Day 28. This website is fucking amazing. This is the website I use for whenever people redeem the funny Blaseball betting thing. Which, did I disable that? I think I disabled that. I hope I disabled that. That's what yeah, I did. Okay, just making sure, because that's not going to be on screen here. Baseball, yeah, exactly. So I'm going to be possibly jumping back and forth between this and the history website and, like, the wiki telling me everything I need to know about this game. Oh god. Yeah, that's still here. Hi, Drago. Not the bike! Ow. Good to have you, Drago. Anyway. Before I even begin, do you guys want me to... Do you guys want me to explain to you guys how baseball works? Because obviously Blaseball is a game inspired by real baseball. And it might be a little bit confusing to explain how the game works if you don't know how baseball works. And I am willing to open up an MS Paint page to kind of give out a very brief explanation of how baseball itself works. To inform me of how this works. Okay. Allow me to...
Hello, Corvoda.
Hello. Let me open up MS Paint. Except that's not MS Paint. Why does MS Paint look like that? Capture method? There we go. Windows 10. Okay. Dang Windows 10 capture methods or whatever. So, let me full screen this. And I will do my best to explain how baseball works in the most basic way possible to make it understandable to people who don't know this sport. So I'm going to show really quick. There are going to be two teams. I'm just basically showing you a scoreboard here. There's going to be two teams. I'm going to call this, let's see. Sorry, I don't use MS Paint too often. We got the red team, and we got the blue team. And throughout a game of baseball, there is 9 innings. So 1, 2, 3, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like that. We'll just erase this here. So we got 9 games, 9 innings in a baseball game, and the best way to explain what an inning is if you ever played a fighting game before, where you basically have how many rounds of a game, like best 2 out of 3, best whatever out of whatever, you can kind of think of it like that. You have 9 rounds in which one team is playing offense and one team is playing defense, and after halfway through that round, that inning, the positions swap. So you go from batting to pitching, offense to defense. Ow. Are you enjoying these new fastballs? So, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I miscounted. Whatever. Okay, we're just gonna show 8 here. So you'd have one team, and this team here is batting, and then I'm sure you've all heard the phrase 3 strikes you're out. 3 outs and the inning flips over. So you go from the top of the inning to the bottom of the inning. 3 outs. 3 outs, it goes from the top of the inning to the bottom of the inning, and then when the bottom of the inning gets 3 outs, then it goes to the top of the next inning. It's the second inning. And this happens 9 times. So, here's how, and hopefully that's understandable, hopefully you guys get what that means. You just kind of take turns, and then there's 9 of those take turns. And I'm gonna be drawing how the actual sport here works. You got the funny batter, who I'm gonna draw with a marker here. You got the batter holding his funny bat. There you go. And then you got the pitcher standing over here on the mound. Poor Kubota. Ow! This is understanding so far. Okay. You got him on the mound. And then you got the line to first base, the line behind him to second base, line over here to third base, and then the line that goes back here to home plate. And then lastly, there is a catcher back here. I don't know if I'll mention him specifically. This is the guy who catches the ball. I should actually be drawing these guys as their team colors, just to make things a little bit more understandable. I said blue. Oh, blue. And so you got the catcher here, who's playing on the blue team. You got the pitcher who's on the blue team. You got the batter who's on the red team. And then you have a bunch of other guys who are guarding the bases over here. And every one of these guys guarding the bases are also on the blue team. If you're on the offense, the only thing you're doing is batting. If you're on defense, you're catching, you're pitching, you're fielding, you're doing everything to try and stop the batter from being good at the game. He's holding that bat like an anime protagonist? Heck yeah. I'm drawing this with my mouse. I'm not using my tablet or anything like normal. And I'm sure from this perspective, everything makes sense. I think everybody has seen what a baseball game looks like. But the one thing that makes things a little bit more complex is, I'm gonna say, the rivalry dynamic between the pitcher and the batter. You think it's just pitcher throw the ball, batter hit the ball, but the pitcher actually has a very complex job that is not just pitching the ball. Ow! I can't think that fast. Lovely drawings, by the way, absolute cinema drawings, thank you. And this is where things are going to get a bit complicated. Behind the catcher, ow, there is one third person behind the catcher. And this guy is the umpire. I'm drawing him in orange. Sometimes the umpires will be like, there'll be an umpire like over here, maybe an umpire. Like, there's like a few umpires around. Their job is basically to be the non-biased judge of the game. And that is because if you're playing as the pitcher, oh, that's a baseball, yeah. If you're playing as the pitcher, it makes perfect sense, like, okay, you're trying to make it so the batter can't hit this ball. You want the ball to be not hit. That's your job, 3 strikes. So it would make perfectly valid sense for you to pitch the ball in a way that's very weird, like pitching it really high or very low, or making it so it makes no sense for the batter to be able to hit it. It is the umpire's job to make sure that the pitcher is playing fair. The umpire's job is to basically imagine a fake square right here next to the batter, kind of like a hitbox in a fighting game. Ow. And the umpire's job is to look at the pitch that gets thrown by the pitcher. Like, let's say the pitcher throws the ball here. This is in the square, and thus the umpire would say, hey, that's a good ball. That's a very good ball. That's a good pitch. If the batter failed to hit that, that's a strike. The batter played terrible and did not hit the ball, that's a strike. However, if the pitcher were to throw the ball over here, that is unfair. This ball. I like this ball? Cool. You're the one in charge of the pitching machine, buddy. I know you do. Praise the ball like a puppy, yeah. So if the pitcher were to pitch the ball over here, that's considered unfair, and it's just called a ball, which is a bit confusing. You can kind of see a ball as the opposite of a strike. Lots of balls in this game, yeah, there are. You can kind of see the ball as an opposite of a strike. If you know the whole phrase 3 strikes and you're out, 4 balls, and the batter is just allowed to go to first base completely for free. So it is the pitcher's job to try their best to pitch into this box, because as long as they're pitching in the box and the batter misses, it's a strike. And you want strikes. You want to strike out the batter. But you also don't want to be pitching directly in the center, because that makes the ball really easy to hit, because that's a fair ball and it's kind of right where the batter wants it to be. So the pitcher kind of wants to pitch it like up here. Or like maybe down here, or like maybe even up here in a way that the umpire might say is fair. Or maybe even on occasion they might want to pitch it over here if they think the batter's stupid enough to try and swing at it anyway. Because if the batter swings at it and it's all the way out here, the umpire is going to say, yeah, that was bad, but the batter went for it anyway. They didn't notice it was bad, and thus it's the batter's fault. And that's still a strike. So it's kind of a back and forth war.
Umpire.
Jeremy would be a terrible umpire. I cannot trust his judgments. So there is like this kind of mind game between the pitcher and the batter. Does the pitcher think the batter is going to swing at every single ball, or does the pitcher think the batter is like a very good eye and they're only going to swing at things that are worth swinging at? There is like this obvious challenge between trying to figure out how you're supposed to pitch the ball and for the batter to notice whether the pitcher's trying to be unfair. So of course, that's like how the general layout of the game is. After the ball is pitched, so let's say, for example, the ball gets pitched here, and the batter hits it. If the batter actually successfully hits the ball and it flies, like, out here, then there's going to be some kind of outfielder on the blue team over there. I don't know why I keep getting the second color. There's going to be an outfielder out here whose job it is to try and catch that ball. They're running to catch the ball. If they can catch the ball out of midair, it's considered an out. It is the same thing as getting struck out 3 times. If they catch it, that's just it. You're gone. That's 1 out. If they don't catch it out of midair, it's their job to take that ball and try and throw it to the base you're running to before you can get there. You hit the ball and you want to run to first base. The fielders have to try and catch that ball out of midair, and if they can't catch it in midair, they have to take that ball and throw it to the person standing on the base that you're trying to run to and try and get the ball there before you get there. If they tag you with that ball, you're out, just like in the same way 3 strikes, or maybe the ball being caught on a fly. If not, you are just allowed to stand on that base. And it is your job as a batter to try and make it from one base to the next, and all the way around to the final home plate, which is where you finally score a run. And that's kind of the main baseline of how baseball works. If you get 3 outs, like 3 strikeouts, 3 fly balls getting caught, somebody tags you with the ball before you get to your base, that's classified as an out, and once you're out, once you get 3 outs, the red team and the blue team swap positions, and this happens 9 times throughout the game. And at the end of the 9th inning, whatever team has the most runs is the winner. That is the most basic way I can explain how baseball works, hopefully. I hope that makes some sense. The main reason I need to explain how this works is because Blaseball takes this and just kind of puts it in a blender and shakes it around and spills it on the floor, and then tries to pick it up again and doesn't know what it's doing. Same, Mario Baseball good. Yeah, Mario Baseball, I've played it a little bit. So hopefully that is a good explanation as to how this works. How is the audio balancing, by the way? I think the music's quiet enough. Okay, so I'm a Sluggers guy, personally, yeah. I played Mario Sluggers at, like, a teen center when I was young. It was fun. Let us try to get into what Blaseball was, though. Now that you have... Thank you for the lovely explanation. Hopefully it's good. Now that you have an understanding of how baseball works, hopefully you can understand what's happening without actually looking at the game. Because this game has no fucking graphics. Baseball talk makes me want to poke my friend to play a GameCube Mario game for sets. Heck yeah. Yeah, Blaseball has no fucking graphics. What you're looking at here is the entirety of a baseball game. Actually, this is the entirety of 3 baseball games. There is 10 games happening here. All at once. So, I want to make one thing kind of clear, is that Blaseball was a game that was invented at the very start of COVID. It was invented as something to entertain people while they were stuck inside for quarantine. The developers of the game had one thing in mind, and it was an old Reddit post in which somebody said, hey, I know how to make baseball less boring, because baseball in real life, it's kind of boring. The game goes really slow. Games can take hours. Oftentimes, people kind of know what's going to happen when a batter goes up to bat nowadays. And this Reddit post was like, I know exactly how to make baseball more entertaining. What if every single time a batter gets struck out, there is a 1 in 40,000 chance that the umpire pulls out a gun and shoots the batter? And the devs were like, hey, that's a good idea. I liked that. And thus they made Blaseball a baseball simulator that randomly generates games for fans to watch. All of the players' names are randomly generated. All of their stats are randomly generated. We have designed 20 teams. each of those teams gets, I think, what was it, like 14 players? I don't remember. And these teams are just put up against each other in a simulator, and you're allowed to bet on these games to make fake money, and we'll see where it goes from there. Which sounds kind of simple, but their goal was to take baseball and make it silly. Here we grow flowers, here we go. Hey! Stew on the grass, welcome. Clearly a Flowers fan. Which is, I'm kind of just explaining the very beginning of what Blaseball was, how it began. So I'm gonna explain what it was like when you got onto the Blaseball website. Gambling, let's go! Yeah, it was gambling. That's why on my streams there's normally a Blaseball gambling redeem, which I'm thinking of making cheaper in the future. So when you join the Blaseball website, the very first thing you're introduced to is a collection of, well, it was 20 teams, but at some point it became 24, but we'll just say 20 teams. And they just said, pick your favorite. And none of these teams exist in real life. These are all made-up teams. Let me see if I could pull up a thing on elections, league, standings. It kind of looked like this. This is what it looked like, kind of. It was like, pick your favorite team. The Rift. Yeah, the Rift. We'll get to the Rift. And it just said, hey, here's 20 teams, pick your favorite. And you're like, what are these teams? And you click on one, and it's just names and stats. And you're like, okay, this guy's last name is Butt. And then you're like, okay. No pitching, no armor? There's armor, items, pre-game ritual wearing lucky socks, blood type love. What is a soul scream? You know, we stand Joshua, but Joshua was my favorite prior to his death. I will get to that. So this is what you came to the website to, was just pick a favorite team. Who are these guys? Why do they exist? Who are they playing? That was it, really. And you kind of just had to pick a favorite team based on vibes. You don't know anything about these guys. Actually, let me see if I can make this a little easier to say. Emoji fix. There we go, I fixed the emojis. You can see the teams now. This is basically all you had. You joined the game, and this is all you had. I'm gonna set it to actually Season 2, Day 2, I don't know. Something very early in the game's life. Did 2.2 exist? I don't think... This Wayback website only goes back to like Season 2, Day something, so it's a little hard to get exactly a random game, sadly. What is the earliest I can get to? Season 2, Day postseason? Okay, the postseason of Season 2 is the earliest you can get. I hope you cover Chorby at the bat. I will cover Chorby. Now here's the question, which Chorby? Because they're both important. And then, of course, you picked a favorite team. For me, I always picked the Firefighters. And then from here, you're just allowed to watch these games happen between whatever team is playing against whatever team. You can see right now, Margarito Nava is batting for the Flowers. It tells you who's pitching. It tells you how many outs, strikes, balls. It shows you which bases are loaded. Oh, Short. Yeah, we'll get to Shorby Short, hopefully. The batting goat. I think she was quite, honestly, the opposite of a goat. She was actually kind of terrible, but I love her. And that was kind of it. That's all the game was in the beginning. Right when you first started the game, that's all it was. Pick a favorite team, look at their funny names. I'm gonna keep going back to the Firefighters because this is the team I know. And you just watch the funny games. Before every game started, you were allowed to place bets. In this case, you weren't able to place bets until the games were over. And you would use in-game money, which in this like replay backward replay system that this, what do I call it, like an archive website for the game. They're luckily giving me infinity coins, but there's not any reason to have them. I can't impact the game. You would use these coins to buy things in the shop. And you could see they were worth a bunch of random things. A vote, which was for the election I'll get to later, is the one thing everybody wanted. Yum, peanuts. This is what everybody wanted, was votes. This was what you were trying to make your money from betting for. You wanted to vote. But there were other things you could spend your money on. Snake oil improved your maximum bet, so you were able to bet more money. Passive income potion, which makes it so every single time your team wins, You make a little bit of money. It was all just little ways of optimizing your money gain. If you were out of money, you could beg for some more. But the one thing you wanted was the votes. And you wanted the votes because every single season there was an election. And these elections allowed you to change the rules of the game or improve your team or punish other teams. And they were all done either through democratic vote of whatever had the most votes or through raffle. You place in a vote and it counts it, and it would pull one at random and decide. So we're looking at Season 2's elections right now. You can see one of them is called Peanuts. Huh, I wonder why I picked that one, huh? You can also see performance-enhancing demons. Plus 8% team overall. Would just improve your team's stats by 8%. Wake up your hitters with a cup of Yes Please coffee, plus 10%. Which, this game had sponsors, real-life sponsors, where people would, like, advertise themselves in-game. If you ever heard of games like, Caves of Cud, An Airport for Dogs, there was a, what was it? Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator? Those were real things in this game. They would sponsor things for fans to vote on, and thus it would kind of act as an advertisement for the game itself. I first learned of Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator through Blaseball. And now I know that's a fairly popular game and it's got plenty of its other reasons to exist, but this was a form of advertising in a way. And it was a way for the devs to, I think, make a little bit of money on the side. But as you can see, the main point of the game was watching your funny teams, betting on them, making money, getting votes, and then using those votes to try and improve your team or do other funny things. And now let me get to... Where's the timeline? History timeline. We are not looking at the seasons marked with letters. We're starting with the numbers. And the titles of these seasons may be labeled as beta, but the game never really progressed far out of beta, so they're all kind of just known as beta. Let's see. Internet League Blaseball first became observable on July 20th, 2020. Introduced with 20 teams, and they were... There's lettered seasons? Yeah, don't worry about those. We will get to those. There was 20 seasons, and they were divided into good and evil. So that was like the two leagues, the good league and the evil league. Official sources such as Blaseball Beat refer to the they did refer to it as the revival of Blaseball. Ever since the very beginning of Blaseball, they referred to it as the revival of Blaseball, seemingly implying that this game has always existed and it was simply coming back. Pretty much immediately putting in this mindset of, like, this is not just a regular game, this is treated as, like, some kind of thing that was hidden away from us for aeons or something. Ow. And although I have no way of going back because sadly there was no archive of what was previously existing in Blaseball, that stuff, sadly the Season 1 wasn't really captured too well. I can tell you right now that there were a few things that could be voted on in the elections of Season 1, which I think I can click this and see exactly. Here's the wiki page for Season 1. Season 1 was a competition between... the series finale was between the Philly Pies and Chicago Firefighters, and the Pies won very quickly. They kind of swamped my team, sadly, Season 1. And here we go. There was 3 things the fans were allowed to vote on. Redistribute wealth. The top 5 players from the Internet Series champion will be distributed to the 5 other random teams in the league. This was basically the very beginning of Season 1. One of the things fans were allowed to do is eat the rich. Which very much set in stone the tone of what this game was going to be. So at the end of the season, they would take the championship teams, look at all of the fans of that team, look at the top 5 who had the most amount of money, rip all their money away from them, and give it to every other team. So that was this option. There was relegation. The last place team in the league will be eliminated from the league entirely and replaced with a new league. That would have just straight up killed whatever team was in dead last and replaced them with something new, which definitely could have been interesting, but that would also mean that whatever team you were on always had the risk of just being wiped from the board forever, and that was kind of scary. And I can understand why fans didn't vote for that. What they instead voted for was to open the forbidden book, which the only description it says is, it is forbidden. And when you see a big red button, and that button tells you not to press it, everybody is going to want to press it. And the devs, I think, knew this very, very well. They put a big old button in front of us and said, don't press it. And you know goddamn well everybody pressed that fucking button. And upon the elections being revealed at the end of the season, showing what was the most voted thing, we got a little bit of text that says, open the forbidden book passed with 566 votes, which, in the grand scheme of things, 566 is a very small amount of votes, but this was very early in Blaseball, so this was 61% of all of the votes ever cast. 61% of fans had voted to open the book. The book opens, solar eclipse, umpire's eyes turn white, star player Jalen Hotdog Fingers, who was a pitcher on the Seattle Garages team, is incinerated. They were replaced with the Garages They were replaced on the Garages rotation with a new player named Derek Kruger. Hellmouth swallows the Moab Desert. The Discipline era begins. There was a team known as the Moab Sunbeams. From this point forward, forever, they are now known as the Hellmouth Sunbeams. Jalen Hotdog Fingers is fucking dead. The first death of the game. Umpires now have glowing white eyes and are seemingly the ones incinerating the players, and there are now solar eclipses. Welcome to the end of Season 1. The dawn of the way too dank discipline era, way too dank, yeah. Thus Blaseball truly begins. At first it was just funny, normal baseball, nothing really strange happening. And then, things are bad. Things are bad now. We made the game bad. Let's see. Season 2 begins shortly after the decree opening the Forbidden Book at the end of Season 1. As a result, the book tab on Blaseball.com becomes accessible, displaying the heavily redacted contents of the Forbidden Book itself, which I should be able to look at here. Yeah, there's a button here for book. And the book was The Book of Blaseball, the game of blank and blank official rulebook. And this kind of just explained how Blaseball worked, but as you can see, there was a lot of things we just were not allowed to know. Blaseball was a game that was not meant for mortal eyes. Let's see. The game of Blaseball should be played between two teams. Each game should take place blank, whether blank. In the case that blank, a solar eclipse shall last until blank. There are blank in Blaseball, blank. Once the ball is in play, it is all just redacted text. Crying in Blaseball is blank. Crying in Blaseball is redacted. This is what we voted for. We voted to open this, to gain access to this, and suddenly players are dying now. As you can see at the bottom, it says signed, and all of the names are redacted. Sportsmanship. Hey, just so you know, at the very end of... Something I find very funny is when Blaseball was officially over and dead and the devs were allowing us to swear in a channel in the official Discord, one of the devs said we never called it a splort. I am calling them out. Yes, you did. You did in fact call the game a splort. You fucking liar. Okay. And I want to say at this point is a good time to mention the fact that there was a Discord for this game. And that was the central hub of where everything was happening in Blaseball. Blaseball is maybe only 50% the website, and the other 50% is the Discord and the community around it. When you joined the Discord, of course it asked you what your favorite team was, you got a role for your favorite team, and there was a giant chat room where you can talk while the game was going, ow! But there was also chat rooms for each individual team. And so that way, fans of one team would be able to chat with fans of that same team. And maybe during a game, if it was, say, a Flowers game versus the Firefighters, fans were allowed, oh, good lord, the bike. Fans were allowed to change teams and say, my favorite team is the Flowers. And then they would have access to the Flowers channel. And then Firefighters fans and Flowers fans would be just chatting together in a single chat while their games were going. And this allowed for kind of like, I'm gonna call them like group parties or watch-alongs, where the two teams can cheer for their favorite players and watch the game happen in a small room that was strictly dedicated to their team. And this was a lot of fun. And having a channel dedicated to your team allows for a lot of collaborative writing and things like that. Oftentimes these teams would also have a side Discord dedicated to just their team. So there was the official Discord, but there was also a bunch of side cords. These side cords were, like I said, they were dedicated just to one team at a time. So I was incredibly active in the Firefighters side Discord. And this is where, like, stories and artwork and anything you can imagine a fandom would do would be kind of collaborated. I could tell you all kinds of things about the personalities and the designs and the stories of every single Firefighters player. But at the end of the day, they are just text on a screen. They are a name and a stat. Like, attending a Minecraft wedding for 2 Blaseball players. Yeah! I remember that! But yeah, like, we would put together events. We would write these stories about these players. And yeah, in one situation, there was these 2 players that a lot of fans had headcanoned as being in a relationship with each other. And due to things that happened in-game, or maybe just, like, some fan writing and some theorizing or whatever, it eventually just became a plan that, like, these 2 players are going to get married. We want these characters to be married. And instead of just, like, being like, okay, yeah, we're just gonna say these 2 players are married, they put together an entire wedding, and they hosted it in Minecraft. The people who were running these little side discords, the people who were fans of this game were really talented and really dedicated to all kinds of things, and I loved every second of it. But yeah, so at this point in the game, I'll say the fans got even more attached. Can I have info on the wedding, please? I sadly can't remember what player. Was it Bees? Was it the 2 Bees players? I think it was the 2 Bees players. There was 2 players. It was between 2 B-related players. Yeah, there was 2 players on 2 separate teams who coincidentally had. I know one was Bees Tazwell and Bees something else. I don't remember. But both teams just coincidentally happened to make a player who was themed around bees or beekeeping. And because they both had, I guess, similar hobbies, the fans said that they were friends, and then they started dating, and then they were married, and then there was like this whole little thing about these 2 players on 2 separate teams who were having a wedding, and we hosted it on Discord, and fans of the 2 teams came together, and we all hung out in Discord, and we watched like this little wedding that was hosted. It was very cute. But the flower shop outside the venue, see, that's cute. I didn't know that. I sadly was not there, but I was there in the Discord when it was happening and hearing everybody being all happy about it. It was fun. And at this point in the game, where we learned that the players were able to die, you go to your team, you look at your team, and you're like, I just saw Jalen Hotdog Fingers of the Seattle Garages get incinerated in front of my eyes. I just looked at the declaration of the things that were happening, and there was text on there that said, Jalen Hotdog Fingers is dead. If you were a fan of any other team, you became a bit more, I'll say, possessive of your team. Suddenly knowing that any of these players on your team could die made them a lot more important. They were no longer just a name on a screen. They were kind of seen as a temporary asset, but you also saw them as a person. And that's kind of terrifying. And it is definitely something that gets you hooked on this game very quickly once you realize that that is a possibility that can happen to literally anybody. Jalen Hotdog Fingers was only picked because she was, I believe at the time, the best pitcher in the game. When the book was opened, they decided to punish us by killing the best pitcher. So then you have to look at the second best pitcher, or it could be literally anybody. And when I say literally anybody, I say that because when the book opened, it mentioned solar eclipses. Solar eclipses were the first weather effect ever introduced into the game. These games are now happening with weather effects. Obviously, you can't see a field. You can't see the players. All you see is names and little stats on a screen. But you can see right here this little solar eclipse symbol. And since solar eclipses are the only weather that exists, every field is playing under a solar eclipse. There can't be anything else. There's only solar eclipses. And during the solar eclipses, the umpires are rogue. Their eyes are glowing white, and if they get mad about anything, they will kill you. And you will be replaced with a new player with a new name and new stats, and there is no fanfare. You are gone. That player is dead. And these games go on... Let's see. This is postseason round 1 day 100. I just jumped to a random day in the middle of season 2. What the fuck? Yeah. So, the way Blaseball works is... This is gonna be kind of silly. This is one of those points where I say the game takes everything and just kind of turns it on its head for no reason. 1 day in Blaseball is 1 hour. So every single hour there's a game and it's considered a new day. Oh hell yeah, Flowers score those runs. Yeah. So every single hour in real life is a game day. These games are happening 24 hours a day, nearly 7 days a week. You don't know if you're going to go to bed and wake up and find one of your favorite players dead. There was a reason for me to come back every single day, every single hour, just to check and make sure everybody was okay. And also place my bets and vote and hope and make things better or make things worse. And there's no way to know what's going to happen. Wish it was the same IRL. Yeah, I wish I could vote for real baseball. Can we just replace the entire roster of the White Sox right now? That'd be nice. And also just one more thing of like the games being kind of silly. 1 week in Blaseball is classified as 9 days. Thanks for the follow, dude. Yeah, so because of the way Blaseball works, there is 100 days, or there's 99 days in a season. 1 game per hour. So the best way to kind of split this up in a way that made sense was to, I guess, split it into groups of 9, because there's 99 days in a season. So if you split it into groups of 9, that means there's 11 groups of 9. So that was classified as a week. 1 week in Blaseball is 9 days, not 7. So anytime I mention a week in here, I'll try to double check with you and like classify that like 1-1. Yeah. I'll try to bring back the fact that a week is 9 days, not 7. That's just kind of silly. But a season in Blaseball being 99 days in game, which is 99 hours. 1 season lasted about 1 in-game week. There was the 7-day period of like 5 days of the games happening, 1 day or so of the championships happening for that season, and then 1 day of downtime when the polls are being, I guess, totaled and the votes are being classified and stuff like that. This has got to vanish for a good few by Tiny One. Oh well, see you later. So, I'm just trying to explain, like, the timeline of things, because timelines on this are a little bit confusing, and that is going to be a consistent thing. As I mentioned, we're not going to be looking at the timeline dates that start with letters. We are going to go on to Season 3 now. During Season 2, a good handful of players died. Let's see. Solar eclipse weather. Umpires' eyes turning white signaled the introduction of incinerations that could terminate any player during a Blaseball game. Yeah, as I mentioned, the Sunbeams team had their name changed. If I go to standings, you will see their team name is Hellmouth Sunbeams. Their name used to be the Moab Sunbeams, but they had their name changed because apparently the entirety of the Moab Desert got engulfed in a Hellmouth. That has absolutely no impact on anything other than the fans writing stories about it and the fact that the team's name is changed. But that is a permanent thing from now on, and you're always going to see that. Finally, amidst the chaos, players have been designated the first era. Yeah, so this is the point in the game where they told us you are now in the discipline era. Blaseball will be split into 2 eras, and you can kind of see an era as a, like, I don't know, like, I'll say like an era is like an entire game. Imagine like you had Blaseball and then you had a game that was like Blaseball 2. You can kind of split those into eras. The first era is like Blaseball Discipline Edition, and then the second era is Blaseball We'll Get to It. So this is like the beginning of the first plot point of the game, the Discipline era. Season 3, and this is a good point for me to actually start looking at this page, because a lot of things start happening now that we have the book is opened and we are in the Discipline era. Let's see. During the elections, we had 5 things we were able to vote for. Team relegations, popular evolution, peanuts, fourth strike, and enhanced shame. They all did different things, but as you can see, the peanuts one didn't tell you what it did. It just said peanuts. And fans were scared. We opened the Forbidden Book last season, and we didn't really want anything else bad to happen. There's a lot of things we could do that makes the game more interesting. This one, fourth strike, saying the bottom 4 teams in the league will gain a fourth strike, meaning instead of 3 strikes you're out, it becomes 4 strikes you're out. If your team is playing terribly, your team would be given 1 extra chance at bat, which would have been very nice. But fans just wanted peanuts, because that's funny. And not only that, it's just peanuts. What bad could happen? It's peanuts, right? Like, it's just peanuts. So, of course, the fans voted for peanuts. Mistake. Very, very, very big mistake. Oh god, voting for peanuts was a fucking mistake. Let's see. I keep getting pelted by peanuts. Ow! Part 1, I'm gonna be reading off this page pretty often, just because it's a little hard to remember every single thing that happened. The Peanut Plague is the first subtitle of the Discipline era. If you go to the title here, you can see it says the Discipline era here. If I go to season 3, day, I don't know, 10, just go to a random day, season 3, day 10, it should say, okay, this time it says uncertainty. Well, certain seasons are given like subtitles. I don't remember exactly how it worked, but it was classified as the Peanut Plague. Let me see, 3, 1, just go to day 1. Was it there? Yeah, here we go. On day 1, the very first hour of Blaseball, season 3, it was called the Peanut Plague. Let's see. Peanuts had successfully passed during the election. The period introduced several participation elements revolving around peanuts, such as peanuts as an item type, peanuts as a weather type, and peanuts as an allergic reaction. So from now on, you were able to go into the shop, and you were allowed to buy peanuts. For 11 coins, you were able to buy a bucket of 11 peanuts. Let me do that really quick. Oh, I guess because of the way the website is going back in the archive, I'm buying peanuts in mass. So I'm buying tons of peanuts, or not. I don't know. Is this working? It's a little hard to tell if the stuff works just because of the way this website works. I miss Blaseball dearly. So do I. Every single day I go on Tumblr and I see somebody within the past week just making a single post that says I miss Blaseball, and they're right. Am I actually buying these peanuts? Is it working? I don't think it's working. That's fine. If it's not working, that's fine. Oh, there they are. So so let's just say I bought a bunch of peanuts. I can click on it, and the peanut is eaten. And it says right here in the corner, I'm a little kind of covering it up. There's a little bit of a text box in the corner that says you consumed 1 peanut or something. Let me see if I can squeeze this in a way that makes things a little easier. So if I click this, it says yummy, and then a little text box that says you consumed 1 peanut. This did nothing. But there's also peanut weather now. Weather is a peanut. Peanut weather is a thing. And players... This is too early in the game for me to be able to check. During peanut weather, players could occasionally eat a peanut. It would maybe just fall from the sky and land in their mouth, and they eat a peanut. These peanuts would have... I believe they gave stat buffs early on, or the player may have been allergic to peanuts, and it would have reduced their stats. So it was kind of like I think it was a toss-up. There was like a random chance that a player would eat a peanut and the peanut would taste good and their stats would randomly increase, or they would eat a peanut and they would be allergic to the peanut and their stat would drop. I think that's how this worked. Let's see. Something due to peanut fraud. I will get into this right now. On season 3, day 2, which was on August 3rd, play was interrupted following the discovery of peanut fraud, in which at least one participant had cheated to give themselves a near infinite peanut account. Like, they had infinite peanuts, and potentially causing extreme instability to Blaseball.com. Officials announced that they would not resume until the peanut cheaters had repented, despite the fact that the offenders did not come forward. The umpires resumed play because Blaseball is inevitable. Umpire Husky, who the devs of the game are oftentimes referred to as umpires, Umpire Husky was quoted as saying, "The Blaseball gods will remember this." I believe this, I want you to keep this in mind. I believe this is strike one. We are beginning to become penalized for our actions, and I believe this is what is classified as strike one. That's scary. Yeah. Okay, August 3rd. Let's see. Sorry. I just swallowed my own spit. Fraud. They hacked peanuts into their own accounts. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so somebody, maybe multiple people, maybe just one person, gave themselves infinite peanuts, and this was causing the website to be kind of weird, and so they got mad about it. On August 3rd, as peanut fraud offense seemingly continued unbeknownst to most fans, Blaseball.com was replaced with an image of a large peanut, which I will pull this up because this is awesome. Here we go. So fans who were watching the game, completely unaware of this peanut fraud thing that is even happening, they're in the middle of watching their games, and then suddenly the website turns into this. The games are gone. All that we can see is a giant rotating peanut on screen, and it's saying blasphemy. It's mad at us. And, if we were to highlight the text, there is a string of letters. It's very tiny. It's a little hard to see. These letters are the initials of every single player that up to this point had been incinerated. You could tell because the very first two letters are JH, Jalen Hot Dog Fingers. And then there's a whole string of a whole bunch of different letters that are supposed to symbolize every other player that had died at this point. So this was not just them telling us to fuck off, but this was also like them basically, I think, insulting us, saying like, these players are dead, stop messing around or something. This was a threat. This was a very clear threat of some kind. Let's see. Saying blasphemy, as well as hidden letters, all the players, yeah. Uncertainty. Once this was over, once the peanut was gone, which I might have to skip for a while to get to that point where he's gone. Go away, buddy. You can kind of see it popping up every once in a while before the peanut shows up back on screen. There we go. The Peanut Plague title had been replaced with Uncertainty. So we are no longer in the subtitle of Peanut Plague, because the Peanut Plague title literally lasted for like maybe 2 hours before the game suddenly became Uncertainty. Oh, look. Okay, so look, now that the games are over, we can actually see Season 3, Day 4, a player died. Rogue Umpire, Incinerated, Garage Hitter, Bennett Browning, and replaced with Tiana Cash. So, literally during these games, while you're just watching these games happen, all these little text boxes on the side here showing the game happening, it's gonna be hard to do with the peanut in the way. There was just a random chance that, like, it'd be so-and-so hit a single, so-and-so struck out, so-and-so caught a fly ball, so-and-so fucking died, so-and-so hit another single. It would just be such an inconsequential thing that would happen, and you had to be there watching to even see it happen. You would just come back one day after going to bed and wake up and one of your favorite players is gone because a text box sometime at like 3 a.m. said they died. Let's see. Uncertainty was the second subtitle as a direct response to the peanut fraud and blasphemy. The meaning of uncertainty is uncertain. Good wiki. However, it seems to reflect on the uncertainty from either Blaseball officials or the Blaseball gods themselves as to the moral future of Blaseball. The period saw drastic changes to the peanut economy as peanuts became only attainable at the price of 1 million coins. Oh, yeah. So, as a way of saying fuck you to the people who are doing the peanut fraud, the price of peanuts jumped up to 1 million. The giant peanut god showed up in our face and called us blasphemous, and then increased the price of peanuts to 1 million. You're only allowed to buy peanuts in, they cost 1 coin, but you're only allowed to buy them in bunches of 1 million now. Uncertainty ended with Season 3. Okay. The Grand Unslam. The Grand Unslam is definitely something I'm going to need to explain a little bit prior. When it comes to this website, as you can tell with the fact that some fan was allowed to just give themselves infinitely many peanuts, and the fact that they turned this into an actual point of the game, in which we had basically summoned a giant peanut god to yell at us and call us blasphemous, and the devs were saying the Blaseball gods were going to remember that, it kind of set this idea in mind that any major website glitch was not a glitch. These were all things that were actually happening. Obviously, the fans knew it was just the website bugging out, but every event that happened in which the website had bugged out was considered an actual canonical event that happened in the world of Blaseball. And the Grand Unslam is probably the biggest example of that happening. During a regular game between the Charleston Shoe Thieves and the LA Tacos, on day 73, which was on August 6th, play was interrupted with a bad gateway event, which literally is just the website bugging out and showing this. The website broke. The website just broke. Bad gateway. Okay, simple enough, right? We all know what a bad gateway is. Prompting an official pause by the umpires. The game was put on pause. Players were then visited by messages from the giant peanut, similar to the blasphemy event above, seemingly chastising players for their greed with new messages, which I might be able to show that here. Yeah, here we go. The Grand Unslam. Here we go. Here's the peanut. Hello. And usually there's a good chunk of time between each text box going by, so pardon me if it takes a bit for him to say things. I'll skip ahead 30 seconds at a time. Hello. Come on, buddy. Did you taste the infinite? and that's it. The website came back. He kind of insulted us. Let's see. If I really wanted to, I can go back and see the Grand Unslam, apparently. The fans refer to this as the Grand Unslam. So here's something happening right here. Tacos, Shoe Thieves, top of the 15th inning. Because if the game is tied, the game will keep going. I think I just missed it because I was explaining how the innings work again. You can see all the bases are loaded. A player comes up to bat. Strikes out looking, or just strike looking, I'll strike out. Go ahead. It takes a couple seconds for things to go by. Foul ball. Player struck out swinging. Things are getting kind of weird and fast. Doyle hit a grand slam. Another player's playing. Things are getting weird. The website's kind of bugging out. Things are going kind of quick. And that's when, I believe after that grand slam, the website crashed. And that's when we got to the bad gateway. I accidentally closed the tab. I didn't want to do that. Give me that back. So after that Grand Slam, the website crashed. And fans refer to it as the Grand Unslam because the game kind of had to be rewound a little bit to try and fix things. That Grand Slam had to be undone. Because something about that Grand Slam or something that happened in that period of time caused the website to crash. And they had to basically rewind for a moment. Let's see. When the games resumed 3 hours later, the standings reflected that the two teams had 73 total games played by the end of day 74, one more than the rest of the entire league. So at the end of day 24, for some reason, those two teams had 75 games played. Meaning they had played an entire game and then it happened like sometime in like a pocket dimension. Fans began to dub the events surrounding the Grand Unslam. This event had tremendous consequences on the cosmos, and were only apparent at the end of the season, such as space-time tearing Los Angeles into infinite cities, and the now unlimited tacos player was experiencing an event known as the Wyatt Masoning. Yeah, so after that event, the LA Tacos had their team name changed to the LA Unlimited Tacos, is it that now? Let's see. LA Tacos. Okay, so in the middle of the season, it's still referred to as the Los Angeles Tacos. But when the season was over, their name was changed to the Unlimited Tacos. The space-time had literally ripped open up above LA, and LA had now been split into infinite LAs, infinite cities. And I would like to point out the fact that, where is he? There is one player on this team known as Wyatt Mason. They're kind of shit, only half a star in batting. Just something simple, right? We got a player here named Wyatt Mason. Let's just keep that in mind. We have a player here named Wyatt Mason. The Wyatt Masoning, though ostensibly part of the game's phenomenon as the Grand Unslam, the Wyatt Masoning refers to an anomaly at the end of Season 3 in which the entire roster of the Unlimited Tacos came to bear the name Wyatt Mason. So, at the end of Season 3, when everything was over, suddenly everybody was Wyatt Mason. Why can I not find it? Election results. Let's go to the election results. Maybe it's here. League. Unlimited Tacos. Here we go. So, something about space-time ripping open above Los Angeles. There's multiple of them now. Caused everybody on the team to be renamed to Wyatt Mason. All of their stats are the same. You can still see the original Wyatt Mason here with half a star. This is still Wyatt Mason. But now everybody is Wyatt Mason. Something really fucking bad happened in Los Angeles that day. Let's see. Later, during the extended siesta that followed, because, Blaseball would go on for a few real-world weeks, a few seasons would go by, and then there'd be a few weeks of no Blaseball at all. It was just kind of gave the fans a chance to kind of stew in what happened, and it would also kind of give the devs a chance to go back and maybe try and fix some things. So at some point during this great siesta of time, in which fans were not having any games to watch and the devs were doing whatever they were doing in the background, the players had their names changed back from Wyatt Mason to whatever name they originally had, except not perfectly. If I go to the opening day of Season 4 really quick, Tacos, you'll see Basilio Mason, McDowell Mason, Rat Mason, Wyatt Pathos, Wyatt Quitter, Moses Mason. Most of them got fixed. Kinda. A lot of them are still Wyatt and Mason. And Wyatt Mason is no longer Wyatt Mason. Their name is Nan. Nan. Wyatt Mason is I don't know what they are anymore. Imagine simply not being you and not having a replacement. Most of them got their name back halfway. Some of them got their name back entirely. Some of them got their name back, but a little messed up. This player here, Sexton Wearer, their name was Sexton Wheeler. Their name is Wearer now. So a few people got their names back, but wrong by a typo. Some of them got their names back, but wrong because their first name or last name was only fixed and not the other. Generally, you could tell who's who again. Except Wyatt Mason. Nobody knows who Nan is. Who is this guy? Wyatt is gone. So that was the Wyatt Masoning. The league attempted to repair the players' names with the help of some fans on Twitter. The end results are mixed at best, with most players still retaining part of the Wyatt name Wyatt Mason, and others gaining new errors altogether. Despite this, the official tweets remind that the league bears no liability. And the best part is that the function which caused the Masoning was meant to get rid of him. Yeah, something about, I don't know what it was about Wyatt Mason, but the umpires, the game devs, the gods, said something about Wyatt Mason being, like, too powerful, or something was wrong. They had to get rid of Wyatt Mason. And this whole event of the Wyatt Masoning happened because they were trying to get rid of Wyatt Mason. I don't know exactly what was up with Wyatt Mason, but this happened because of them trying to get rid of him. So, shout out to Wyatt. This also is a good chance for me to mention the official Twitter, because the official Twitter was mentioned here. There is an entire section of this game's story that was only available through the Twitter. Blaseball has a commissioner. At this point in time, we don't know the commissioner's name. He is simply known as... Actually, no, we do know his name. His name was Parker McMillan III. Parker McMillan III was the game's commissioner. He's kind of like... Imagine you're in school. The commissioner would be the principal. He is the guy in charge. He's the one in charge of everything. He has people above him, of course, like you have like the school board and all that, but like he is the principal. He is the principal of Blaseball. He is the commissioner. And he takes his job very seriously, but despite the fact that he's taking it very seriously, it also seems like he doesn't exactly understand what's happening. He's kind of just... It almost seems like he's being told what to say, or at least like he has a book in front of him telling him what to say. Like, he's just like, oh, rest in peace, this person. As he says, the league bears no liability for what happened. And it is a very common thing for the fans of this game to tell the commissioner that he's doing a good job. Because he kind of gives off this vibe of somebody who is just trying his best in a game that he doesn't quite understand. Fans would come to him asking questions, and he would barely be able to answer them properly. We all love the commissioner. He was cool. Shout out to Parker McMillan III. Let's see. Now we go on to Season 4. Let's see what the election options were at the end of Season 3. This is Season 4. We're looking at Season 3. Opening day, Season 3, shop. Not shop, election. Eat the rich, eat the crust, interviews, late stage Blaze running. Da commish. We love da commish. Here it is again, eat the rich is back, redistribute the funds to the top 1% of fans at the end of every season. Eat the crust was one that was kind of proposed as something very specifically to shut down the pies. At this point, it's Season 3. The pies had won both Season 1 and Season 2's championships. The pies were really good at this point in the game. 5 players from the 2-time championship pies would be reassigned to random teams. So, almost as a way of shutting down the pies from their rampage of winning the championships twice in a row, fans were allowed to vote for this to just steal 5 players from that team and just kind of throw them around to other teams. So you can kind of see that the Blaseball is very much a game where your votes have major impacts on this game. You're betting money to try and make money, and then you spend those money on votes. And those votes have impact, very big impacts, sometimes even stealing players from teams. But in this case, fans had voted for interviews. Get to know the players, which, if you've been watching the game for this long, and you have your favorite teams, and you have your favorite players, you want to know more about those players. Please. Let's see. The shop is still basically the same thing. Lots of things. The shop is mostly just things to improve your gameplay, your money making, and then votes. And then the votes are how to improve your entire team, how to shut down other teams, or ways to change the game. In this case, fans had voted to get to know the players. And let me allow myself to go to Season 4 here. Feedback. Start of Season 4 feedback allowed fans to learn more about their players. In this case, you are now allowed to click on players and get more information about them. Very early in the game, you were not allowed to do this. So this is the first time you had a better chance of seeing your players. In this case, you look at the time, my favorite player, Joshua Butt, and you could see all you saw was 2 up arrows, which that means something, and 3 stars. If you click on it, you can see he's got 3 stars in batting because he is a batter. The 2 up arrows are saying his current vibe, which I guess is his
I'm not familiar with Blaseball, but I am curious to learn more about it.
That's why we're here.
Tell me about the teams and how they play.
That's what I'm doing, buddy. The new options were always so shiny and enticing. that we seldom change the game at all. Yeah. Unfortunately. So, like, we got to see, like, the players' mood. We got to see their stats for things that they weren't playing. Like, okay, now we know Joshua is a pretty good batter, but terrible at pitching. But there are other players who may be batting right now who may actually be better as a pitcher. The way he pronounced Blaseball, yeah. So this kind of gave fans a bit more of an idea of what to do with their players. There are, of course, things where it's like, oh, you could swap this player from a batting position to a pitching position. Something you could vote on with your tickets, of course. So this kind of gave fans more incentive to do a bit more team strategy, reorganizing their teams to put them in places they want to be in. So, in this case, we've learned really well, we do not want Joshua ever to be pitching, but Rivers is a very good player, actually. You look at Rivers, and she shows up as only being 3 stars, the same thing as Joshua. But you look at Joshua, 3 stars batting, 1.5 base running, 3 defense. But then you look at Rivers, and it's 3-3-4-3. She's amazing. Blaseball. 'Tis a metaphor for the true cosmic horror of capitalism. Exactly! And we will get to capitalism. And of course you get to see all these other things. You now can learn that these players have item slots, armor slots, evolution, like, what is this, Pokemon? Pre-game rituals, she whispers before her games. Her favorite kind of coffee is flat white. Her blood type is AAA. There's a soul scream, which looks like somebody smashed on their keyboard. What is this? We don't know. A lot of this is unknown. The one thing that we do know is we can see their stats now, and we got a little bit more information about them personality-wise, I suppose. We got their favorite coffee, we got their pre-game rituals, things they enjoy doing. We know Rivers likes whispering before her matches, and we don't know why. We know Joshua wears lucky socks. A lot of fan art of Joshua will oftentimes draw him with these very high, tall socks. And because Joshua was so good at hitting triples, fans liked to say his favorite number is 3, so he'd always have, like, 3 stars on his socks. These little things, these little details are what the fans, they ate this shit for breakfast. We loved every little bit of information we can get about our players. His blood type is love. How could you not love Joshua? Their blood type is made of love. And everybody had something. Axel, of course, had insanely high pitching stats, insanely high defense. Item, literal arm cannon. These were not things that Axel Trololo came with for free, by the way. He didn't just start out with these. If I remember correctly, there was some... Very early in the game, fans were allowed to vote to improve the batting and pitching stats of some of their players. One player who, I want to make a very good point here because she was very popular, Jessica Telephone, what team was she on originally? What team was Jessica? She was a Pi, wasn't she? Jessica Telephone was an insanely powerful player because she was randomly selected to have her batting stat maxed out. Where's Jessica? Was she a flower? Where's the flowers? Am I blind? Where? What team was Jessica Telephone on? I'm going crazy. Where is Jessica? She was a steak. She was a steak. She was a steak. Was she not? Sebastian. She was a steak. I am going crazy. Where is Jessica? Anyway, Jessica Telephone. Insanely good player. At some point in the game, she had won a blessing from the elections to max out her batting stat, to make her batting stat go up to 5. That was classified as capping out her batting stat. I don't know what team she's on, but everybody loved Jessica Telephone. She was the best batter in the entire league. And I believe, in this case, Axel Trololol had also received something similar for pitching. It maxed out his pitching stat. And then he also received a literal arm cannon, which made his pitching even cooler and better. And he is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 stars. Pies. So she is on pies. Where? Did I miss her? I don't see her. I don't know. Anyway, Jessica Telephone's around here somewhere in Season 4. I don't know where she is. But players are allowed to get items now. Ow! And oftentimes when they would go up to bat, or go up to pitch, it would be like, oh, Axel Trololol steps up to bat, or steps up to the mound wielding a literal arm cannon. So, of course, fans would draw pictures of them with their funny items. People would draw pictures of anything they had, anything stat-wise. This was just information to let fans really delve into what these players were. And it kind of really set in stone how the fandom was going to be going forward. Because now, not only were we having players and names and some stats, but we also got some personal information behind each player. Thus, fans of the game would go into the Discord, point out... hey, did you notice that this player has, like, acid blood? That's kind of cool, isn't it? And then they'd, like, write a story about why this player has acid blood or what that does to them, and maybe they're friends with this other player who also has acid blood, and it just kind of became a giant, like, circle of people just kind of pointing at funny things. 2020 was so unbelievably lonely, but we had so much fun. It wasn't really lonely because the Discord kept us together, and I do really appreciate that. Let's see. Let's go back to the timeline here. Season 4. Drought is the third subtitle. Drought. No, it is not. Am I crazy? Feedback. Drought is the third subtitle of the Discipline era, appearing after the Season 3 election. Okay, so that was before Season 4 happened. And the announcement of a grand siesta before the start of Season 4. So that's what I said. There was a big gap of a couple weeks between Season 3 and Season 4. Where the fans just kind of had nothing and they were just allowed to sit on nothing and just kind of relax for a bit. No games took place for 2 weeks so that the umpires and other league staff could take this opportunity to work on large-scale maintenance for the rest their tired flesh. Despite the hiatus, the commissioner still actively communicated with Blaseball fans on behalf of the league on Twitter. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. This includes the unmasoning, which happened when the commissioner attempted to repair the Wyatt masoning on Twitter. Okay, the feedback is the fourth subtitle of the Discipline era. Ow! Not the fish! Ow! It has returned, but it will probably be lurking. Okay, no problem. Welcome back. Ow. The peanuts. The peanuts are almost a relief after everything else. So we got feedback. This introduced a new weather condition called feedback that has a chance of swapping the allegiances of two players on opposing teams. That is, in fact, a thing that happened, and you can actually see that happening a lot here. Now that we have multiple weather effects, you can see it happening. Some of these games have microphones, which represent feedback weather, while other ones have the solar eclipse, because the eclipses never stopped. There's never an end to the solar eclipses in Blaseball. There's always a chance that a random game will have an eclipse and a player can die. In this case, though, we had the peanut weather, which may randomly raise or lower a player's stat, and now we have feedback weather, which may, in the middle of a game, choose two players on the two teams and just swap them, causing an involuntary, uncontrollable trade of players in the middle of a game. Permanently. This is not like a per-game basis. Those players would permanently be traded to the other team. Which... Oh, here's Jessica Telephone, batting for the Tigers. Here's Jessica Telephone, Tigers. Here she is with her 5 batting stat. People love Jessica. She is one of the most famous players in this game. Anyway. Yeah, this feedback was definitely terrifying, because although it's not as scary as a player dying, that does mean there's a chance that your favorite player may just no longer play for your favorite team anymore. You may have been watching this game since Season 1, and you may have a favorite player, and then just one day a weather effect says, sorry, you no longer have that player anymore. Which, although it's disheartening to lose a player that you love just due to a random roll of the dice, it was a little bit more exciting than... Well, I wouldn't say it's more exciting than the eclipses. Having a player straight up killed is probably the most exciting thing that happens in this game. But it does give your team the opportunity to go to the other team's Discord and talk to them about the players that were traded. So you'd have a player and you know them very well, and they get sent to another team. You could, of course, let them come up with the story themselves and say, like, hey, we got this new player, what's their story? But if there's already a story about this player, fans would oftentimes just go over to the other Discord and say, hey, you just got our player. Here is their story. Here's who they were. Here's everything we wrote about them. Here's some fan art we drew of them. This is who you have now. now that you know their backstory, you can kind of build on that in your own way, make something new about it. A good example I like to think of is back when I first joined Blaseball, very soon into me joining Blaseball, I pointed out a player on the Firefighters named Rivers Rosa a little while ago and how good she was. Around the time I first started playing Blaseball, Rivers Rosa got traded to the Ohio team, and we had received another player in exchange. I actually believe it was Nan Wyatt Mason. I'll get into that. But it was very sad for the Firefighters because we loved Rivers Rosa, and at this point we had her for a very long time. So we just went over to the Ohio team and was like, hey, you guys got one of our favorite players. We have a lot of stories about her. Her story is very intertwined with the story of Chicago itself. Like, our team is supposed to represent our city. This is Chicago. And you got a player that means a lot to us and the story we wrote about our city. So, not only do you have this really interesting character that we had written, but now it's your turn to write the story about her and what it's like for somebody so important to the city to leave and find a home somewhere else. And I think they did a really good job of that. They had a lot of fun with Rivers. They had written her to be somebody who had found a home away from home, and I do really like that. And it's all just because of a random roll of the dice. Some random weather effect said, hey, you're not in Chicago anymore, you're in Ohio. That's what this game was built on, was these weird community interactions, and the game was constantly forcing us to interact with each other in ways that we oftentimes either didn't want or didn't expect. And I that's actually a good thing, in my opinion. Kennedy! I'll get into him later. This guy means nothing to nobody except me and another player named Emma. Let's see. The Blaggin' Balls. I don't know if I'm going to get into the Blaggin' Balls, because these mean nothing. During the extended siesta preceding season 4, residents of the Bloodhouse, which the Bloodhouse was like the Blaseball Patreon, discovered a 5-blood Blaggin' Ball, an artifact of unknown origin and power. On day 43, Sandy Turner of the New York Millennials discovered the 3-blood Blaggin' Ball during a game against the Charleston Shoe Thieves. Nothing else is currently known about the Blaggin' Balls. I like to see... Blaggin' Balls did nothing. They literally did nothing. As far as I'm aware, I like to see the Blaggin' Balls as just, like, Easter eggs. Or, like, achievements or something. A few Blaggin' Balls were found for different reasons, but they never did anything. But usually it was, like, something monumental that led to the player discovering a Blaggin' Ball. So in one case, one of the fans discovered a Blaggin' Ball, I guess, on the Patreon for one reason or another. I don't know what Sandy Turner did, but Sandy Turner, who was a player on the Millennials, got a Blaggin' Ball during a game. So I don't know what they did. I do know a player had received a Blaggin' Ball for pitching the first ever perfect game, if I remember correctly. And then there's an event later on that led to a team discovering a Blaggin' Ball, but it was almost unfortunate that all they got was a Blaggin' Ball, because what they did was really cool. And it's like, okay, I guess we got a prize for something. So Blaggin' Balls exist, and it's funny, but that's all that is. I do want to mention, there was a fan of, I think it was the Pies again. There was a fan of the Pies team who, on the Discord, simply went by the name Goku, claimed to be Goku. Basically, all of their interactions roleplayed as them actually being Goku. And they just happened to be a very big fan of the Pies. And also they went by they-them pronouns, they-them Goku. Due to the way the Discord works, and like the interactions we have between the Discord and the game, oftentimes things in the Discord were officially considered canon to Blaseball. So we had Blaggin' Balls, and we also had non-binary Goku, all canon to Blaseball for numerous reasons. So that's always a little fun fact I like to talk about how Goku went to court and tried to Kamehameha a judge, and that's canon lore. I can get into that later. It's gonna be... I don't know how in-depth I want to get into the court, but I'll have to talk about it at some point. Let's see. The Wave Back event. I guess the Wave Back event is something I could talk about, but it's not as important. Another event in which the website had bugged out and had to be rewound was known as the Wave Back event. It didn't have as major of an event as the Grand Unslam, but it did result in a player... At one point, a player was incinerated and died, and then something bad happened and the website had to be rewound past when he had been killed. So his death was basically undone. But the devs didn't want this death to mean nothing, because the chances of a player dying are very rare, and rewinding time just and accidentally saving a guy seemed out of the spirit of the game. So they had replaced the guy with the new guy, but in his honor, because the guy's name was, the guy who died's name was like something England, they made the new guy who's spawned in his place hold a weapon, a baseball bat known as the Bangers and Smash, just to make it sound English. Almost as a way of like saying like this guy died, but not really. He lives on in the bat or something. It's just like a little something goofy, nothing important there. Game 99. On the final day of a regular season, the Boston Flowers and the Unlimited Tacos played a record-breaking 24-inning, 65-minute-long game that marked the first known instance of a spillover. I know I mentioned earlier that a baseball game has 9 innings, but if the game is tied at the end of the 9th inning, the game will just continue to go until a team scores, and there's a victor at the end of an inning. And in this case, this game did not go for 9 innings. It went for 24. This was a single game that remained tied for 65 minutes. And as I mentioned before, each Blaseball game happens per hour. So the fact that this game lasted over an hour meant that every other team had to wait an entire extra hour because this day was basically pushed forward. This day was allowed to continue for an entire extra hour. So although all the other teams finished their games within a single hour, the day continued until this game was over, pushing it into 2 hours. And this would become a more regular thing as games went on. Ow. But this just goes to show that you can't even guarantee every game lasting exactly 1 hour, because there might be the event of a spillover if 2 teams just refuse to end. There was a very strict rule set in place saying that a game would never last longer than 2 hours. And there were a few instances in which the game got very, very close to going for 2 hours, but we never saw that, and I'm very disappointed because I want to know what would happen. I wish I knew what would happen if a game lasted for over 2 hours. We had a game that lasted like an hour and like 40-something minutes, and I was cheering on, hoping it would go for 3. I was live streaming during that game. I was honestly begging for the game to end the entire time because I just wanted to go to bed. I don't think I have that. I think I have a clip from that stream somewhere. But the point is, that game lasted forever, and I was somewhere in the back of my mind kind of hoping it would push the 2-hour mark, but sadly it didn't. Also, hi Mono, I see you when they're chucking peanuts at my little head. Mean to me. Round 2 feedback. Ow! Oh god. This is... Oh, howdy. This is something that is non-important to anybody, but it was a big fan favorite thing. Something very weird happened in the middle of a game between the Firefighters and the Millennials, in which Thomas Trakena had hit a ground out to Edric Tosser of the Firefighters, and the website had just kind of froze. It would not say anything about what was happening during the Millennials and Firefighters game. It literally just said Thomas Trakena had hit a ground out to Edric Tosser, and it said that for minutes on end, and no other text was displaying on screen. Until eventually the game was just over, and the Millennials had won the game. We didn't see anything that happened. This is, again, just another instance of the website bugging out, but we sure did love pointing it and laughing, and Firefighters fans were very, very big fans of Thomas Trakena, who was not even a Firefighters player, just because we were forced to stare at his name for about 30 minutes. Little events like this mean a lot to all of the fans. Let's see. Man, I've been going for an hour and a half and I'm only on season 6. Or season 5, actually. I don't think anything really happened in season 5, except for the fact that the Firefighters won that championship season, and that means everything. Let's see. Season 5 reverb. Reverb was another status effect, not status effect, a weather effect, kind of similar to feedback weather. I can jump to this really quick. Feedback weather, of course, is the weather effect that causes players to randomly trade teams. Feedback weather was like the single team version of that, where instead of trading with the other team, your players would basically trade with each other, swapping positions in the lineup or the rotation. A player who was previously a batter may suddenly become a pitcher, or a player who was first in the lineup of the batters may suddenly become last in the lineup of batters. If your player was a good batter and they got shuffled, they might end up as a pitcher, and that is scary. You might not want that. Ironically, when it comes to the firefighters specifically, during this season, we got hit by an extra special, extra rare version of reverb weather. In most cases, it would just trade one player with another player. We got like a really powerful reverb or something that shuffled our entire team around. Batters and pitchers were just kind of flung all over the place. Some batters became pitchers, pitchers became batters, batter number 3 became batter number 6. Our entire team got shuffled, and somehow the shuffle made us better. Firefighters fans like to joke that reverb has never hurt us. Every single time there was a reverb event that hit the firefighters, it almost always resulted in positive outcomes. But for most teams, though, reverb was a bad thing, because now that we have the ability to see the player stats, fans were normally going out of their way to try and make the team optimal, moving batters to pitching positions, pitching players to batting positions if they were better in one place or another. So having that just kind of shuffled out of your control was usually a negative. But for firefighters, it was always a positive, because our team was always weird, I guess. Mysterious decrees. Let me check really quick before. Go back to season 4. Look at the election. Alternate reality, fourth strike, fail at home. I can actually just check doing this, can't I? God, there was so much in season 4. Season 4 was huge. That's because they're good at disaster management. Yeah, exactly. That's our job. We're firefighters. We are disaster management. Does it say alternate reality and targeted shame? Randomize the stats of one hitter and one pitcher on every team. Okay. This part here, targeted shame, doesn't really matter. That's just like some weird stat thing that happened. We're getting to the point where things are being voted for, but I can tell you right away that like they don't really matter. I've been skipping over the blessings this entire time. I've mentioned how they like help improve team stats. Evil Wind Spirits, for example, plus 15% base running. There's other random things, re-rolling stats, swap your best pitching hitter into your rotation, etc. I've kind of just been skipping over that, and there's going to be a lot of me skipping things because a lot of them are just, they exist for optimization reasons and not much else. Targeted shame was just kind of a unoptimization that you can inflict on other teams. The one thing that matters here is alternate reality. This is the thing that got voted for. Randomize the stats of one hitter and one pitcher on every team. And this introduced the existence of alternate players. Alternate players are no different from a regular player, but the fact that they are classified as an alternate player implies a good number of things. The common consensus amongst fans is that this was a version of the player from some kind of alternate dimension where their stats were different. Receiving an alternate for a player, they had the same name. They had maybe the same... I think they had the same, like, what's the word? Pre-game ritual, I think. I think even their soul scream might have been the same, but all their stats would be randomized. So at the end of the day, it's basically like you keep the player, but you re-roll their stats. If you have a player that kind of sucks, maybe you want to roll for an alternate on that player. But character lore-wise, when it comes to how the fans treat these characters, you're basically replacing a player with an alternate version of themselves. So you still have the player, but they're not the same. And if you're just looking at this from a gameplay standpoint, it is just a stat reroll, and that's all that is. But if you're somebody like me, or somebody like the other fans of the game who care about the character lore and the stories, this was not just a character reroll. This had some kind of weird implications, and it was a weird implication that nobody could really solidly say what it was. And I feel like that made it interesting, because no two teams treated this as the same thing. I kind of love the fact that this existed. It was very much the devs' way of saying, we're going to give you something basic. We're going to give you a stat reroll for your players, but we're going to do this in a way that makes the fans upset. We're going to make you feel sad about it. But that's about it. That's all that happened there, is we now have players who are classified as being alternates. Which, if I go into Season 5, will it tell me which players are alternates? Let me check. Oh, we got hit by targeted shame, haha. Isaac? No. Who is our alternate? Justice. So, our player Justice Spoon got hit for alternate, and it just says right here, you can see, permanent. Modifications are never removed automatically. Alternate. This player is an alternate. This label here of a status effect on the player did nothing but mark the fact that they were rerolled at least once. And this was something that is never going to go away. This is going to remain on their name tag forever. You will always know that this is not the original Justice Spoon. And again, this has no impact on the game at all, aside from the character having a stat reroll, but this meant a lot to the fans. The fact that these players can be permanently labeled as not being the original. Okay, let's see. I mentioned Reverb, the Mysterious Decrees. Season 5's Decrees, that's right. Shop. Election. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do not remember much about what these are, because they don't tell you. Oh, look, you can actually see here. You can see the sponsor of this season was Zombies Run presents Horde's Hallucination. So there was something called Zombies Run that was sponsoring this season. I don't know. Season 4 was the dawn of the Wimdy. Oh, was it? Okay. Just a little bit of funny fan story, I guess. These ones, the decrees, the ones we're looking at here, these are voted on through democratic vote. You're allowed to submit as many votes for these as you want, but whatever one has the most votes at the end of the season is the one that gets picked. But when it comes to these blessings, though, the blessings are done through raffle. You put in as many as you can, and you pray that your ticket is the one that gets picked, so it affects your team instead. So your team could place a whole bunch of votes on something and still not get it, even if they had the most amount of votes, just because the raffle decided to pull one that's, like, lesser. And last season had something called, what was it, like Demonic Winds? I pointed out for just a second. Some team that had, like, less than 1% of all of the votes on that blessing got picked, just out of sheer randomness, because somebody put in a raffle ticket for it and it got pulled. So events of that caliber happening, when something gets picked through random raffle, when the odds are completely against the favor of that happening, are officially referred to by the fans as a Wimdy. It's a Wimdy event. Oh, this blessing got Wimdied to the other team. Like, we started developing our own vocabulary. Dale. Yeah, the Miami Dale was the team that Wimdied that blessing, whatever one it was. It was Windy something. It's fucking Wimdy. Yeah, it's fucking Wimdy. Anytime I see anybody make a joke about that image of a fox, they would always say it's fucking Wimdy. And every time that image of the fox with it's fucking Wimdy, I think of this. I think of bad RNG. Wimdies are bad RNG to me. But yeah, this is the first season in which all of the decrees we were allowed to vote for did not tell us what they were. Like, I don't know what any of this is, just looking at it. I can't tell you what any of these are. I can tell you High Filter was the one that won, though. It's because of a tweet that you can't find. Most of the jokes come from tweets, or, like, posts on the Discord or something. I keep on saying Blaseball is a quote-unquote game, but referring to it as a game feels wrong because you're not really playing Blaseball. You're just kind of watching it and talking with fans and voting on things. Somebody referred to Blaseball as a cultural event, and I feel like that's the best way to refer to it. In the same way that Twitch Plays Pokemon was not a game, but it was a cultural event, you know? Like, it brought a bunch of people together to do something that is game adjacent. That's the best way to look at it. Let's see. Party time speedrun. Okay, I can discuss party time, because party time is going to become somewhat important. The way, what is it? Standings. The way a champion team is selected at the end of a season is the teams that have the highest amount of wins in like a win-loss ratio in your division are basically put into like a seeded bracket, kind of similar to like a fighting game, of course. Something like one fan typed how vote Wimdy into AOL, and the commissioner was like, Godspeed. Yeah, that's about right. So yeah, the way a champion is selected every season is the highest placing teams in each division are placed into a bracket similar to a fighting game, and then they play a best of 5 against each other, and the winners move forward until eventually there is only one champion, and that is the champion of the season. Because this is done based on you being the highest winning team, eventually there will become a point where, very late into the season, if you were to successfully win every single game moving forward that season and have a 100% win record from that point on, you may still not be good enough to make it into the championships because you simply did too bad early on. It's all just based on math. Are you qualified to make it into the championship? And if you're in a position where no matter what you do, you cannot make it into the championship, your team is given a status effect known as party time, which is just an excuse for your team to keep playing, even though there's no way they're going to win.
Tom Scott here, and today I am trapped at the south side of Chicago.
Hi. Hi, Coat. Happy anniversary. Hi. Mr. Freddy Fazbear. Hi. I'm explaining what Blaseball was. I've been doing this for 2 hours now, and I'm not even close of being done here, and it's just going to get worse. Hey. Anyway, thanks for stopping by, Freddy. Yeah, Freddy Fazbear, apparently. So party time, like I said, it was a status effect that was given to your team if you were mathematically eliminated from the postseason. If you were no longer allowed to win, you were no longer allowed to be entered into the championship, your team was put in party time, which was your excuse to continue to play even though you didn't have a chance of winning. Because if you have the party time status effect on your entire team, there is a random chance that in the middle of a game, one of your players might start quote-unquote partying, and their stats will randomly raise. So, if you want your team to get better, because they suck and you didn't get into the championship, they continue to play, and they get random stat buffs. It helps the teams who are the worst obviously end up being in party time the longest, so they have more time to catch up. And that's kind of how this game tried to keep itself in balance. And I kind of like that. I do like that mechanic. This mentions the party time speedrun, in which the Unlimited Taco saw an especially terrible season, with a record of 23 wins to 76 losses, resulting in the Tacos achieving party time by only day 78. It became a running joke in the fan base for if your team is really bad, they would instead of aiming for the championship, they would aim for the party time speedrun reward instead. Why play Blaseball the way Blaseball is supposed to be intended if you can just be a speedrunner instead? Pray that your team is so bad that they set a new record of getting party time. Because the earlier you get party time, the more stat buffs you have a chance of getting, because you get stat buffs during party time, so you want party time as long as possible, so you want to suck ass. So this is just like the invention of the party time speedrun. That's all that is. Season 6. Now that I'm getting into Season 6, I am just... This is when the game got real. This is when shit starts getting kind of crazy. Season 6 is when Blaseball really becomes Blaseball as I know it. Everything I said beforehand, everything up to this point has just been like, I don't know, we're setting the stage for what this game is. And this is the season that does it. I'm going to skip over a few things that don't really matter. League restructuring and Bloodbath. As you can see right now, it says lawful good, lawful evil, chaotic good, chaotic evil. These were the 4 leagues, but starting in Season 6, the leagues had changed, and they were instead set to wild high, wild low, and mild low. Just a little bit of reorganization. Baseball, you're spelling it wrong, Winter. Ow. Baseball. Okay, there you go. By the way, Winter, there's a new baseball redeem that's much cheaper. Ow. And it hits harder. Ow. Yeah. Yeah, once Winter showed up, I expected this to happen. Not the peanuts. They're in my eye. Streamer's shit broke. It's not broke. I know it doesn't delete the message anymore, but that's just how it is. I'm sorry. That's just how it's going to be. What? You can't kill me! What? Where's the audio? There's no audio. There it is. You can't kill me! I can't die in any way that matters. I live forever.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
Nice birdie.
Good birdie.
Okay. Okay. Chat umpire this motherfucker. No! There's not an eclipse outside. I can not see the sun, but it's not an eclipse. You can't do that to me. So where was I? Okay, so they reorganized the teams this season. I don't remember exactly. It had to do with the previous election, where it didn't tell you what the results were going to be. The one that passed basically reorganized the league. That's what it was. It also mentions the Bloodbath. We had voted for something to happen called the Bloodbath, or at least the devs were cheering on and hyping up this event called the Bloodbath. Nothing came of this, unfortunately, and I'm kind of sad about it. But there was apparently supposed to be some kind of game mechanic referred to as a bloodbath, and the game was going to be introducing this new mechanic at some point. But from what I heard, it became too much of an issue on the end of the developers to keep this thing working. Like, something about it was really broken. So even though they hyped this thing up for a while, it just didn't happen, which is unfortunate. But it's just a little bit of history of something that was going to happen and just didn't. Idols. The idol board. The fucking idol board. So, starting from Season 6, fans were now allowed to start choosing their favorite player. You can look at your team and actually press a button that said, "This is my favorite player." And this introduced a lot of new things. There was, of course, this board. This board shows the most popular players. Where motherfucking Jalen? Where's Jalen? This is Season 6, Winter. There's no Jalen. Jalen is dead. Baseball attack. Oh, why did that not work? I thought any message you sent that had the word baseball in it was supposed to... This thing is broken. I don't fucking know, man. I've tried everything to fix this. If you want to attack me, it's worth 10 points. It's cheap. Ow. Ow. Anyway. So, yeah, we got this new thing here. An idle board. Ow. Sorry, I just had to burp for a second. Ow. You can now see the most popular players. And oftentimes, oftentimes these players were up here, not just because they were popular, but also because of the things you were allowed to buy in the shop. We riot for Jalen. You will see Jalen again, I promise. Let's see. Hit pendants. Adorn yourself. When your idol player gets a hit, you earn 5 coins. So as you can see, if your favorite player played the game well, you were able to buy items in which their good gameplay resulted in you making coins. So the idol board ended up being not an idol board of most popular players, even though that was seemingly the intention of the board, but it was instead a board of monetization. The players at the top of the board weren't oftentimes some of the most popular players, but they were only most popular because they were the best. Jessica Telephone at the very top of the board is up there because she has a batting stat of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 batting stars. If you were looking for somebody who can land hits because you make money when your favorite player gets a hit, you put your favorite player as being Jessica Telephone. Nagomi McDaniel was insanely good at this point in the game. She could do anything. So lots of people liked Nagomi McDaniel. Axel Trololo, amazing pitcher. If you were looking for somebody who was a good pitcher, you put your money on Axel. This board was not a popularity list, it was a money list. From the very beginning of what was simply titled a popularity chart was a money chart. And there's a weird red line here. And at this point, we don't know what that line means. There is a line above the top 3. The top 3 are separated from everybody else. Let's see. Idols. Idolize a player, yes. Blood Drain. There's a new status effect, and not status effect, weather effect. These weather effects are, of course, interesting, but they don't oftentimes have major gameplay consequences. Because of this whole bloodbath thing that didn't end up happening, they did introduce a new weather effect called Blood Rain, which was sometimes referred to as the Blood Drain. During Blood Rain weather, your players would occasionally become a vampire, and they would bite another player on the opposing team, and steal some of their stats and put them on themselves. So, funny vampire weather, that's what that is. I don't know why my nose is so fucking stuffy right now. I got like a runny nose for some reason, I don't know. Wings versus the Blaseball gods. This is an event that was really funny to many people, but didn't really have much of an impact on grand scheme of things. But I will show you anyway. If I find the Wild Wings standings. So I called them the Wild Wings. That is not their name. They are the Mild Wings. This is because the Wild Wings, Mexico City Wild Wings, Mild Wings, are in the Mild Low division. There is a Wild High and a Wild Low, and yet the Mexico City Wild Wings were placed in the Mild division. And because they're in the Mild division, they had their name changed to the Mild Wings. The Mexico City Mild Wings fans were not happy about this fact. They hated this fact. How dare you do this to us? Following the league's reorganization and from the high filter decree that passed, the Mexico City Wild Wings were placed in the Mild division instead of the Wild division. The teams and its fans filed a legal complaint, which was similarly dismissed by the commissioner. Although throughout Season 6, the team was known at various points as the Wild Wings and the Mild Wings, while their location alternated from being Mexico City and Wexico City. During the events of the Third Strike, which I'm going to mention, the team was renamed to the Mexico City Mild Wings. Makes sense, yeah. So basically the Wild Wings team tried to sue the commissioner, and he kind of dismissed them, but eventually played along. Hang on. Third Strike. We had... I'm trying to remember what the second strike was. Give me a second. Will it tell me? Redlined. Aftermath. I do not remember what I don't remember what the second strike was. I think it was the Grand Unslam. Do you remember a long time ago how I mentioned Peanut Fraud was the quote-unquote first strike of penalty upon Blaseball as a whole? Coat, you weren't here to hear anything about it, but we basically somebody broke the website in some way, and a giant peanut god showed up and took over the entire screen and got mad at us about it, and here is an event known as the Third Strike. Ow, 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 ow. Ow! Following the conclusion of the regular season, the dotted line appeared on the idol leaderboard, splitting the top 3 idolized players from the rest of the page. It began to vibrate, let's see. claiming the fans had patronized him. Give me a second. I'm trying to remember how this happened. Don't Coulter strike. Okay, at some point, I don't remember when. When did the Peanut Dan thing happen? I don't remember when that happened. At some point in the game, I do not remember when, and I'm upset about the fact that I can't figure out where that is. 3 players in the game who had the name Dan. There was, Dan Bong, Dan Holloway, and Daniel Duffy. At some point, the Peanut God had come down, again, at some point. I don't remember when. He got mad at us about something. Was it feedback? I don't remember. He had come down and basically said, hey, these 3 players who are named Dan, their name is Peanut now. So Dan Bong, Dan Holloway, and Daniel Duffy had their names changed to Peanut Bong, Peanut Holloway, and Peanutial Duffy. You know, this would be so much easier if you had some sort of presentation, perhaps. Shut up! I tried, okay? It was emotionally draining. I couldn't do it. I tried hard. But anyway, there was 3 players named Dan, and they got their names changed to Peanut. Just because the Peanut God got mad at us, and he wanted to punish us, so he turned their names into Dan. Following the conclusion of the regular season, the dotted line on the Idols leaderboard splitting the top 3 idolizing players began to vibrate for approximately half an hour at the top of the hour. The Peanut came down and called the 3rd strike, claiming that the fans had patronized him. I could pull up the board again. Idols. I'm gonna jump to like the very end of this season. This is season 6, day... I don't know, I'm gonna pull up day 99. There we go. And as you can see, the top players right now are Jessica Telephone, Nagomi McDaniel, and Peanutial Duffy at the top right now. Bitch nut being a peen, shut. Jessica Telephone, Nagomi McDaniel, had received a modification called Shelled, which I think if I go to the end of the season, we'll see that. 105? There we go. Jessica Telephone and Nagomi McDaniel are now shelled. This is a status effect that says a shelled player is shelled, and that's basically all it tells us. It's also a permanent modification. Let's see. They received the shelled modification, which encased the 2 players inside of a giant peanut shell, effectively skipping them when it was their turn, came up in the rotation, or the batting rotation, pitching rotation, etc. Although at the moment Duffy is at the top, the top 3 players, Peanut Bong was one of the 3 top players. Peanut Bong, who was in 3rd position, was left unscathed. Fans speculated that the Peanut only wanted the Peanut-named players to be in the top positions, and then that was the reason that Bong did not suffer harm during the 3rd strike. So the reason the giant Peanut God had come down, which at this point I'm going to refer to him by the name we all know him as, we call him the Shelled One. It became kind of obvious to us at this point that the Shelled One had wanted the 3 most popular players in the game to be the ones named Peanut, because he was God. And the fact that we did not have the 3 players named after him as our most popular players was a sign of us patronizing him, and he punished us for it by taking the 2 players that we had in the most popular slot and putting them in giant peanut shells. They're not dead. They still exist on their team. If we check out the team, if I go to the, what is it, Election Shop League standings, pies. Where are the pies? Pies. You can see Jessica Telephone is still here. She still exists, but she's shelled now. And she's just not allowed to play anymore. You can't go up to bat if you're in a giant peanut shell. You can't play the game anymore. They're worse than dead. They're benched. Yeah. I'll tell you, when my favorite player got benched, I cried. But that's because that is 100% a true statement. Not benched, shelled. Yeah, the benching is a thing, but shelled is basically being benched without being benched. Good thing nobody on the league is claustrophobic. Yeah, it's a sure thing. I'm sure some of the players are probably written to be claustrophobic. The return of Jalen Hot Dog Fingers. Okay. Where is this? Lottery pick. Okay, so you see this blessing here. Each blessing will be rewarded to a randomly selected player. There's this one pick here that says lottery pick. Steal the 14th most idolized player in the league. If you are chosen to have won this blessing, this lottery pick, no matter who it is, whoever is the 14th most popular player in the league will be stolen from their team and placed on yours. That sounds pretty simple. However, if I go to the idol board, it might be on here already. People realized that, well, I can actually show you something really quick before I go on. I'll just choose Kansas City, Elizabeth. This page here, this is not just like a pop-up. This is its own entire page URL. You can't really see the URL changing or anything in the corner, but every one of these little pop-ups that I'm pulling up here are their own unique URL. And because of that, even though Jalen Hot Dog Fingers was dead, you still had a way of looking at her page. You could pull up her stats like this. But as you can see, her team is classified as being null. She doesn't really exist. She's dead. But you can still pick her to be your favorite player. She's dead, but you could still say she is your favorite. And because of that, she showed up on the idol board because people love Jalen. People love her a lot. And people realized, hey, we're allowed to take whoever is in the 14th spot on the leaderboard of the idol board. We can put Jalen Hot Dog Fingers, this dead player, in 14th place if we just all kind of collaborate on this. And, like, we pay attention to where she is on the board, tell some people to unidol her, tell some more people to idol her, kind of balance things out and get her into 14th place. And that's what the fans did. They put her in 14th place. You can see her right here, Jalen Hot Dog Fingers. She's on null. She has 2 unknown modifications on her. We can't see these, probably because she's fucking dead. Here's her stats. Good pitcher. No pregame ritual at all, because she was dead before the interviews happened. They never got to ask her what her pregame ritual was. She was dead. But here she is in 14th place. How dead? Umpire got her dead. Maybe I forgot how she died. She died when we opened up the Forbidden Book. Opening up the Forbidden Book caused her to die. Yeah. She was the first death in all of Blaseball. I wonder if the reaction of the game runners was more shock or awe. I think, from what I heard, I think it was awe, and also they were kind of cheering us on for doing this bullshit. So, let's see. Shortly following the end of Stage 32, Incinerated Garage player Jalen Hot Dog Fingers entered onto the Idols leaderboard as a member of the enigmatic Null team, after fans learned that the means to idolize incinerated players. Learned of the means of idolizing incinerated players. As Jalen Hot Dog Fingers was the first incinerated player in the history of the ILB, many fans viewed Hot Dog Fingers' idolization as an act of defiance against the Blaseball gods. In response to the fans, the commissioner on his Twitter account asked, "Are you sure about this?" The fans were sure about this, and they helped maintain Hot Dog Fingers' 14th place on the leaderboard, which was covered by the Blessing lottery pick, which I pointed out earlier. Jalen Hot Dog Fingers was brought back to the Garages team during the Season 6 elections, replacing Mike Townsend as in the pitching rotation, who went to the quote-unquote shadows. Hot Dog Fingers returned with a modification called Deaded. So, if I can go to Season 6 really quick, I just pulled up the page for Season 6. Where is lottery ticket? Lot. Lottery pick. It doesn't show. Notable events. Blessings. It should say who got it. Feedback, swaps, reverb, typing. Interesting. Bench, if you will, yeah. I'm gonna have to just go to some, like, post-season moment here. Let me see. Idols, election results, here we go. Blessings, garages. Here we go. Lottery pick. 119,158 votes cast. The garages won it. Fire and smoke. An egg hatching. Jalen Hotdog Fingers returns. Mike Townsend returns to the shadows. That's what it said. What else was I gonna look at here? Something else came up, right? Oh, if I go back to this page. Every once in a while, the Peanut would come back up to talk to us. Sorry, I haven't been putting them up every single time, because they're not always important. But you could see, once the elections had finished, this guy showed up, and he was basically just mocking us. Hot dog fingers, amusing. Oh, hang on. A ledger must be balanced. Good luck. And then we saw the election results. So, Peanut Guy is making fun of us, because we brought Jalen Hot Dog Fingers back from the dead. Thanks for the peanuts. And when she came back, she had a status effect on her, which, League, Garages, Jalen Hot Dog Fingers, here we go. She has 2 status effects on her. What are these, peanuts for ants? They're peanuts, they're supposed to be small. What do you think, the peanuts are big? Kurt vibe, less than ideal. Yeah, I'd imagine that's the case if you're brought back from the dead. 2 status effects. Returned. This player has returned from the void. And deaded. This player must fulfill a debt. We were kind of stuck just sitting on this for a while, trying to figure out what any of this meant. Anyway, Jalen has a debt on her head, and she's back from the dead. She's alive now. Cool. Season 7. Instability. I don't know if this is something I could really pull up right away. I think it is. Idols getting shelled. Here we go. Let's watch a game really quick, right? Here's Jalen Hot Dog Fingers pitching for a game. Dickerson Morse batting for the Breath Mints. We're just watching a game. Jalen Hot Dog Fingers hits Dickerson Morse with a pitch. Dickerson Morse is now unstable. That was the first time anybody had ever seen that. What does that mean? We don't really see what the effect of that is right now. This is... Does it say? I don't know. I don't think that actually became an issue until the very next game, which this is Season 7, Day 5, so let's go Season 7, Day 6. You don't usually... Early in this game, you didn't see status effects until the very next game. Dickerson Morse, here we go. Dickerson Morse now has a status effect on him that says he's unstable. She's fine, don't worry, she's fine. Yeah, she's fine, don't worry. Nothing is wrong with Jalen, clearly. She just put an unstable sticker on a player. What is this sticker? It just says the player is unstable. And it also mentions this modification is weekly. Weekly modifications are removed after every 9th game of the season. Because, like I said early into the stream, a week is 9 days in Blaseball, don't worry about that, but this is a weekly event. This status effect will go away after a week. So he temporarily, for a short period of time, is unstable. She just pitched a ball straight at somebody's head. It's okay, yeah. Here's a fun fact for those who don't know. Being hit by a ball in baseball is called being beaned. So she beaned somebody. Nobody has ever been beaned in Blaseball before. That was the first time anybody has ever been beaned. So that's what the instability is. Hot Dog Fingers would go on to hit 2 more bats people during a game, and then continue to hit batters in her next 2 starts. No other pitcher has ever yet recorded a hit by pitch. So throughout this season, Jalen just starts hitting people, and they all keep being marked as unstable, which is very strange. Nobody really knows exactly what this means, but it can't be good. Here's another player finding a blagging ball, haha. Like I mentioned, these don't mean anything. These are just achievements. Hashtag girl wrongs, you're right. And then Ruby Tuesday happens. Ruby Tuesday is a day that the fans have dubbed Ruby Tuesday. It did not have an official day name. It was a Tuesday. During the Garage's game, day 30, which was Tuesday, September 15th, 2020, in a game against the Hades Tigers, Jalen Hot Dog Finger hit 3 people during a game. McLaughlin Scorpler, Moody Cookbook, and Zion Alicia Keys. Tuesday, no oh god, yeah, Tuesday, problem. So Jalen just continues hitting people. This is a pretty standard game. She hits 3 people during this game, all of whom receive unstable. At the top of the 3rd inning, on Tigers game day 32 against the Canada Moist Talkers, which is another team, Moody Cookbook was incinerated during a solar eclipse. This is pretty standard. Players get incinerated all the time during solar eclipses. The game log that displayed that Moody Cookbook was incinerated had different text than usual. It said, a debt was collected. Rogue Umpire incinerates Tigers hitter Moody Cookbook, replaced with Carmelo Plums. The instability spreads to the Moist Talkers player Elijah Bates. Bates was then incinerated during the 6th inning of the exact same game, spreading the instability to Yasmin Mason. And then during the 7th inning, Scorpler was incinerated, chaining the instability to Antonio Wallace. After the conclusion of day 32, the description of the unstable status effect had updated to reflect the fact that players have a much higher chance of being incinerated during solar eclipse games. And also the description of the return status on Jalen Hot Dog Fingers now mentioned that at the end of every season, there's a chance that Jalen may return back to the void. So not only does all this work of getting Jalen Hot Dog Fingers back to life suddenly mean nothing, because at the end of a season, there's a random chance that she may go away, she's also been marking people for death this entire time. What? No, it keeps going. Yeah, it keeps going. This all happened in the period of like 1 or 2 games. Baseball players are surprisingly flammable. Hello? Hi, Hypix. Welcome. Let's see. Hot Dog Fingers to avoid any season. This update caused a siesta that delayed Game 33 games by about an hour. So after Game 32, where all these players died, them updating the information on what these statuses mean, it took the devs like an hour or so to update what that meant. So game number 33 was delayed by an hour. During Game 33, which continues on, Kiki Familia was replaced. Hang on. Co-rated here. Welcome to Blaseball. It's normal. Yep. Yeah, welcome. I'm explaining what this is. So, when Elijah Bates was incinerated during day 32, Elijah was replaced by another player named Kiki Familia. Kiki Familia was also incinerated at the start of the very next game. Kiki was not unstable. Anyway, thanks for the follow. Yeah, Kiki. Yeah, so Kiki was incinerated at the start of the very next game. She was not unstable. This was just the game telling her to go fuck herself. She was born and then she died. This marks the current record for shortest Internet League Blaseball career at a whopping 5.1 innings. She lived 5.1 innings. Nothing bad happened to her. She just died. Later on in the game, Antonio Wallace was incinerated. He was unstable. This instability was passed on to another player named Mooney Doctor. At the end of all of this, Hot Dog Fingers collected 4 debts over the period of 2 games. At the conclusion of day 33, Moist Talkers and Tigers designated the events as designated this event the Debt Collection Tax Day, and eventually they referred to it as Ruby Tuesday. So that's what Jalen did. Damn. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I'm reading chat really quick. Hi, Hound. Man, I wish I was around for the height of all of this. I wasn't. I was not here for any of this. I showed up after this. This is season 6. I showed up around season 11. So this was all, like, back reading for me. Going back and reading the events of this game and seeing this happen was like, oh, fuck. Hashtag Jalen did nothing wrong. That is up to you. It is up to fan interpretation as to whether Jalen did this on purpose or if she did it against her will. Some people fucking hate Jalen because of what she did, and other people love her because she was a tragic protagonist in this story. Aw, thank you, Will. I need to figure out what's up with my redeems. I don't know why they're different. I don't know what happened to the melon. I showed up when Blaseball was ending. Yeah, unfortunately, because I introduced it to you, and then it died. Very sad. The Snackerfice. The Snackerfice is another funny thing that happened. This is another big thing. I love the Snackerfice. Before this... Okay, so, with all this happening, with season 6 coming to an end. I'm gonna get to the end of season 6 here. Actually, was this... Season 6 is when we brought Jalen back. Season 7 is what we're looking at here. Getting shelled. Idols. So, throughout season 7, we still have the idol board, like we've had this entire time. I'm sure you've noticed, there's a red line on it again. And not only is there a red line on it again, it is now below 10th place. There's only 3 players named Peanut. And they're all up here. We got Peanut Bong, Peanut Holloway, Peanut Duffy. So, we know they're fine. The Peanut God wants them to be here. He wants them above that line. But at this point, the shelled one is just kind of fucking pissed at us. He's mad at us now for what we've done up to this point. And he's gonna punish us no matter what. So the fact that the Peanuts are up here are just, what's the word for it? Damage reduction? We're trying to prevent as many people as possible from getting shelled. Because we know what's going to happen. Everybody above this line is going to end up like Jessica Telephone and Nagomi McDaniel. These players literally can't play anymore. These players are up here, and they can't even play the game. They're only up here because we don't think a player can get shelled twice. So out of these 10 slots, we know for a fact 5 of them can't be shelled. We got the 3 Peanut players, Peanut Duffy, Peanut Duffy, Peanut Holloway, Peanut Bong. We have Jessica Telephone, who's already shelled. We have Nagomi McDaniel, who is already shelled. But everybody else above this line is up here because they make money. Fans who aren't paying too much attention to the plot of this game and are simply playing it to make money, place these bets, just have fun and enjoy the game without worrying about the story, they want to make money. So they have their favorite players as the players that make them the most money. So the best players in the league are still at the top of this list, even though we know at the end of this season, they're going to be shelled and be trapped in a shell forever. So what are we going to do about this? This is not good. This is bad. This is going to be bad no matter what happens. The Unlimited Tacos team has an idea. Their team has already been attacked by something before. They had to go through the Wyatt Masoning. They went through the Grand Unslam. Their entire team had been renamed from Los Angeles Tacos to Unlimited Tacos because during a website crash earlier in the season, it ripped open space-time above their city, caused them to become an infinite city, made every single player on their team named Wyatt Mason, and then nobody was named Wyatt Mason, and all of their names are kind of Wyatt Mason. They went through a lot. The Unlimited Tacos went through a lot. And because of this, because they went through so much, they decided they were going to be the guinea pigs. Let's see. They wanted to test out something. They kind of wanted to say fuck you to the shelled one and try and make the game worse on purpose. So what they did is they got a bunch of people. I'm not even reading the fucking timeline because I know what happens here. they got a bunch of people. I'm gonna go to season 7 day, let's say 105 again, to the end of the season. Where's the idle board? Idle board. I guess it happened at the postseason? Hang on. Getting shelled, election results. League, idols. Where is this? Where did this happen? Where did this happen? I'm going crazy. Hell yeah, one more nuts rejected. Let's see. The sacrifice. Three peanuts above the line. Where is it? Where does this happen? Tacos would disrupt the baseball. I'm not looking at the timeline. Pop gets lost in the timeline because I thought this happened at the end, but apparently not. Okay, let's just look at this website probably has it here. Idols, postseason, hot dog fingers, election results. Here we go. The sacrifice. Here we go. Let's open two things. There's this one, where the peanut god shows up again. Shelled one. He says, wait. And then, what did he do here? I don't know. He was doing something. It's day 98. Idle board. Oh, I think that's him noticing what's happening. That's him noticing what's happening. He shows up for just a second to say, hey, wait. And then he goes away. As you can see, there is a lot of players on the tacos above the line now. In fact, they're above some of the best players in the league. I do want to point out Jessica Telephone managed to break out of her shell. There's another weather effect called birds, which causes a bunch of crows to fly around the field, and they would usually like peck at players and do other random things, but they had a rare chance of pecking a player out of a shell. Also, I see Angel in the voice call now. Hi! Baseball. Are you enjoying this?
I've been enjoying the madness, and I was like, I need to get it.
That's why I have this channel open, so people can come in and, like, ask me questions on the spot. But...
I didn't want to be on chat all the time, but I was stuck at a different location, so I was forced to chat.
That's fine.
Tasty, tasty peanuts, they're delicious.
Tasty, tasty peanuts. They are delicious. I want you to know I'm having so much fun with this stream and getting so excited talking about this stuff that, like, I have the temperature of my condo at, like, 68 degrees, and I still feel like I'm burning up. Can't hear them? Oh, they're muted. My bad. Yeah, sorry, I had the channel muted. Okay, they can hear you now. They can hear you now.
Baseball.
He's here. Baseball, yay. Did you make this custom little image for yourself for this?
Yes, I just put on a hat and a baseball bat for my VTuber. It's perfect. I'm ready.
It is
I just
beautiful.
did this on the spot right now.
Hang on. I'm zooming this in. That is a cute little hat. I was trying to see if that was an actual team. No, it's just a baseball on a heart. That is cute.
No, I was trying to find a Blaseball hat. I couldn't find one. So.
Sadly, a lot of the merchandise images are gone nowadays because the merch website's dead.
Unfortunate.
Prepared and ready. So cute. Everybody loves you.
Thank you.
Okay, so these players above the line, these are not just a random assortment of players for the Unlimited Tacos. This is every single pitcher for the Unlimited Tacos. So if what happens here is what is expected, the Unlimited Tacos team will no longer have a pitcher. It's that time. Yes. So, that's what they're doing here. They're basically saying, fuck you, Shelled One. We don't want to play this game anymore if you're going to be doing this.
Holy fuck.
We are getting rid of our team. The Tacos got onto the Discord. The Tacos fans went into the Discord. They went into, like, the primary channel for chatting in the Discord, and they convinced a whole bunch of people to change their favorite player to any random selection of the players on the Tacos in the pitching lineup.
Holy fuck!
So at this point, every single pitcher for the Tacos is now above the line, and they're all going to get shelled. Let's see. And I want to get... I want to pull up every funny moment that happens. As it happens, if I can pull it up. The sacrifice. That's more like it. Here we go. Here we go. I'll read this. So he says, wow. Oh, I'm skipping way too far ahead. I'm gonna skip by. I have to skip by 30 seconds because this guy takes a while to talk. They wanted everybody to have a chance to read what the characters were saying when they showed up on screen, so the text takes a while. So here he is saying "wow" again with 2 W's. Wow, wow,
Wow.
wow, wow. 3 W's. Wow,
Wow.
wow. Seriously. He says seriously for a while. Come on, man. Mild. Yes. Have you ever seen such talent? I think he might actually be talking faster here. Top 3 would be better, he says. I know he went back and forth saying wild, mild, wild, mild. Have you ever seen such talent? Top 3 would be better. A show of... Oh, hang on. This is where he starts calling us out for what we did.
Oh.
Instaban. Yeah, that I got a bot for that. It's nice. Goddamn, that was fast. Didn't even let me enact violence. Yeah, I got a bot for it nowadays. Because why resist when malicious compliance exists? Yeah. What is this, though? He says, looking at what we've done. A show of unity? You withhold your labor? Pity. Oh, hang on.
What the fuck?
Giant squid. So here he is, kind of making fun of us, saying like, "Oh, we're withholding our label, labor. Pity him best." Yeah, that's the squid.
Squid?
When do you show up? Because I think so. This giant squid shows up after the peanut god mocks us. After the shelled one shows up. This guy. Hi, friend.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, squid.
Where is hot dog fingers? He asks. It would be easier if I just pulled up the entire dialogue here instead of trying to skip a line, because I'm only allowed to skip in chunks of 30 seconds, unfortunately. I could probably pull up. If I click season 7, yeah, I'll get like all the dialogue here if I just pull this up. Yeah, so the shelled one shows up, and he says, "What is this though? A show of unity? You withhold your labor? You think this gives you power? Pity." That's what he says. And then the shelled one shows up. Not the shelled one, the giant squid.
Yeah.
Following this monologue, a giant floating squid appears, and it took over the entire screen when the shelled one previously spun. The squid asks whether or not the shelled one was an egg, seemingly unable to recognize what a peanut is, and then reveals that it followed Jalen Hot Dog Fingers from the hall and the trench. Finally, the squid says it will be waiting to see if the egg comes back.
Oh, okay.
So this giant squid followed Jalen out of the void, the death, wherever. This thing, it's like it literally exists in the land of death. And when Jalen came back, it followed her. Suck my mustard sausage, you horrible citrus confection. Circus confection. Yeah. I cannot read, I cannot say words, I'm speaking and reading too much, and it is frying my brains a little bit, so sorry. But yeah, okay. Circus confection is what a giant peanut is, I suppose. Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
You are right, because this is a fucking clown show. After floating ominously for a few moments, the website reverted to its post-season countdown, revealing that the 3 peanut players were now quote-unquote honey roasted, which is a new status effect, and that the remainder of the players above the line, all 5 of the Unlimited Tacos pictures, Axel Trololo and Polka Dot Patterson, were now all shelled. And all fans received 10,000 peanuts from the shelled one as a gift.
Oh. Okay.
It's okay. I'm sure.
Yeah, sure.
Look at these messages being deleted by my bot now. I'm so happy I got that. It rocks. And nobody is allowed to come in here and advertise. You are dead on sight.
Murdered.
Praise the squid. Freedom from the nutty tyrant. Yeah.
Peanuts. Hold on.
So anyway, idleboard. They are all shelled. Every single one of them. So, let's see. Standings. Tacos, there they are. The entire pitching rotation of the tacos. The tacos no longer have a pitcher that can play the game.
What now happens to them?
Well, that is quite simple, actually, and I will show you immediately.
Okay.
Let's go to the start of Season 8.
Yay!
Let's see, where are the tacos? Tacos. Where are the tacos? There they are. Do you see who's pitching?
Pitching machine? Oh.
Pitching machine.
Oh, okay. Well,
This is a player.
what?
So the
What?
the tacos have received a new player by the name of Pitching Machine.
I love this person already. Oh, fuck yeah.
Fans have had a couple of different ideas for what Pitching Machine is. Some people say Pitching Machine is a pitching machine. Other people say Pitching Machine is simply a man named Pitching Machine that they filled in to fill the gap. It has blood, don't worry about it. Yeah, it's true.
What? Oh, okay, sure.
Blood type A. It also has a soul.
Oh. Okay.
So this is what happens when a player no longer has a pitcher. When a team has no pitcher, they get a pitching machine.
Okay.
I won't go too far into it just because it doesn't matter all too much. The existence of Pitching Machine is just something funny that happens. But like I said, Pitching Machine is a player. And Pitching Machine plays the game just like any other player would play this game. Meaning anything that can happen to a player can happen to Pitching Machine.
Oh, no.
I mentioned before that there's this weather effect here called Blood Rain, which temporarily turns your players into vampires and they bite people.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Pitching Machine really liked biting people. Pitching Machine really likes blood.
Okay.
This doesn't really mean anything. It's just very funny that I was obsessed with a game that had a blood-obsessed, blood-drinking pitching machine robot before Ultra Kill came out.
You're right.
we love robots that drink blood for fuel.
Woo!
Let's go.
Let's go.
Don't worry about it. Do worry about it. Yeah.
Okay.
The pitching machine has teeth. Yeah. This machine kills gods, as they say.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. What else we got here? Go back. Season 7 wiki timeline. Anything else happened? To sacrifice the monitor, we saw the giant squid. So we were introduced to the giant squid. The entire taco team got shelled. We got the pitching machine. Season 8. The hall. So at the start of season 8, we have access to a new location called the hall.
Boy.
So we have the bulletin board, which tells us updates on the game. We have the book, which I mentioned earlier, which is the rule book. A lot of the stuff is still redacted. We still don't know a lot of things. But we now have the hall. The hall is the Hall of Flame, where you can pay tributes to the players who have been incinerated. We officially have a reason to use the peanuts that we have. Normally, you can just click on a peanut and eat it, and you get a little pop-up and it says it's yummy. You consumed 1 peanut. But now, you can choose a player that you like. In this case, here's a player named Torby Soul, who will become important later. But for now, Torby. Clicking on Torby actually caused the website to crash? Hang on. Or do they all do that, or is it just Torby? It's just Torby. I know why that's happening. Don't worry about it. Okay, so let's look at Dominic Marijuana. We'll get back to Torby.
Yep. Okay.
I'll show you what's wrong with Torby as soon as we're done here. But
Yay.
Dominic Marijuana was his name. Dominic Marijuana. As you can see, unstable. They were unstable. They died because they were incinerated while they were unstable. I am allowed to pay tribute. I click the button, and I basically give a peanut to Dominic Marijuana. And this is a list of all of the players who had died, and this is all the peanuts that were donated. If you really liked a player, and they died, you can spend all of your peanuts to put them higher on this Hall of Flame. It is literally just a tribute board for everybody who has died. Let me show you what's wrong with Torby Soul.
Yeah, what's happening with him?
Torby Soul. Most people say them for Torby Soul. Torby Soul, let's go to their wiki page really quick. Here's a picture of Torby. If you want to know what Torby looks like, here's a fan-made drawing of Torby. This is what they look like. Let us go to Torby Soul's uncompressed soul scream.
Uncompressed?
I forget.
Mumther, you are a nerd.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Don't call me that. So I showed you earlier that players have soul screams.
Yeah.
Torby just has a very big one because it's funny.
Okay.
more. The hall. So we got Boyfriend Montreal. Here's her Soul Scream. Boyfriend
it's a very short one.
Boyfriend was often referred to as she. She was just like a lesbian. Boyfriend Montreal. Here's her. Here's Soul Scream. It's very tiny. Chorby died in like season 1, I think, or very early.
Ooh.
Season 3. They died very early. They died prior to the interviews ever actually happening. So they died before we even knew what a Soul Scream was.
Oh.
So this was our first time to ever actually see what a Soul Scream was for these players who died early. So here's a Tyreek Olive, for example. Tyreek Olive died in season 2. I know that. And this was the first time we were ever allowed to look at Tyreek's stats. We could see, now that we have access to the hall, without having the page URL to pull up this player, this is the first time we're allowed to see these. And I guess just because they thought it would be funny because Chorby Soul's name is Chorby Soul, Chorby's Soul Scream looked like this. And
yeah, that's what I thought.
I don't know if you can see it. Do you see the scroll bar in the corner? Do you see how tiny that is?
No! What?
Yeah! Yeah, baby! Yeah!
What the fuck?
Yeah! So
Wah, he looked cool.
wow, yeah, Chorby was cool. We like Chorby. There's a good chunk of art for Chorby. Here's Chorby looking like a pathetic little wet sad boy.
Yay!
Here's some more Chorby. The wiki's awesome. There's so much fan art for these players. I love it. So just for funny, this is what Chorby's Soul Scream looks like. That's why it won't load. That's why it won't load when I click on it. That's why it crashes.
Oh.
So, what was I gonna say about this? There was something about this. Later on in the game, because of this, that text box being so fucking big made it so some people with like lower quality iPhones would have their phones start overheating if they looked at Chorby's page. So because of that, the devs went back and changed Chorby's Soul Scream, so it would just say this chunk and then continue on for 1,477 soul. So this basically confirmed that, at least to fans who weren't looking in the back end of this game, that soul was a thing that you have multiple of. So if we just look at Lotus here, they have like one chunk here of like some numbers or letters or whatever. I believe a soul is 11 letters. I'm not going to count all this. I'm going to assume this is like 2 soul. So this player's got 2 soul. Chorby had 1,477. So whatever this number times 11 is how many letters were in that Soul Scream. And I'm sure you noticed after a while it started saying undefined. Like their soul was scary. Their soul was so fucking big that like it ran out of code to read and it just started saying undefined.
Oh, that's what that's all about. I thought it was just something like fucked up or something. I don't know.
I want to say the Soul Scream is basically just like a text visual of the code behind the player. But it would only show you a certain amount of it. So a player with 2 soul would only show you 2 souls worth of code. A player like Chorby would show you all of the code and then go on beyond it and have nothing to read.
Huh.
I believe that's how it worked, at least.
Okay.
Up to this point, their fans did have websites and like other resources they can go on to look at like the deep dive of the player's stats and like see exactly let's see, player changes, was it? Astrology? Yeah, this is the page. You'd be able to see like the deep info on the player's stats. The stats you're seeing here, 4-star pitching, is only like the summary of the player's pitching. The players had like 5 stats per thing. So there was 5 pitching stats, there was 5 batting stats, 5 running stats, 5 defense stats. So 2 players that had 3 stars in pitching would still play differently because maybe one pitcher has 3 stars because they're very good at pitching inside the strike zone, but another pitcher would have 3 stars because they pitch really good fastballs or something. They have 3 stars because as a summary saying they're a 3-star good pitcher, but that was just a summary. And we knew soul was a different stat, but we never knew what the fuck it meant, and we kind of still don't know what it means. Depends on the number of fingers, yeah. There was a stat for pitchers that was literally just called like fingers, like number of fingers, and you could see how many fingers a player had, and oftentimes they would have more than 10. Having more fingers apparently makes you a better pitcher. I don't remember how, but that was something. That was a secret stat that you could see. Players had extra fingers. Season 8, the Hall. Okay, so we gained access to the Hall. We can donate peanuts. We now see what that is. Refinanced debt. Jalen Hot Dog Fingers' debt modification changed to the refinanced debt modification at the end of Season 7 due to a deal involving the microphone. This is a thing that was not very well described on the website itself because this was something that happened on Twitter.
Oh boy.
More ball control, better grip? Yeah, probably. So, as I mentioned, there was an official Blaseball Twitter. It was a blue checkmark Twitter official. It was the Blaseball Twitter, and it was run by the commissioner. The commissioner was following one Twitter account, and that Twitter account was called The Microphone. And sometime around the Grand Unslam and the Wyatt Masoning, that account started tweeting for the first time.
Oh.
And it was trying to tell us that it was Wyatt Mason.
What?
So you remember how... Yeah. You remember how after the Wyatt Masoning happened, Wyatt Mason had their name removed and they just were referred to as Nan?
Yes.
That basically Wyatt Mason got ripped out of Wyatt Mason. So where is Wyatt Mason? He's in the microphone. The microphone that was used to do the interviews, to ask the players about like who they are, what they are, all their stats and stuff like that. Something about the Grand Unslam happened around the same time that feedback weather and these interviews were done. So it seems like this Grand Unslam had something to do with the feedback, something to do with these interviews, and I guess Wyatt Mason ended up getting stuck in the microphone somehow. And over Twitter, they had asked on multiple occasions to talk to Jalen, and they were apparently talking about how, like, everybody was in the hall, and I think they mentioned something about them being okay. Almost like the hall was... it was like the afterlife in a way. Like, they're dead, but they're not dead. Like, they still exist. They're in there. And apparently through this microphone and through some discussions on Twitter, the microphone, aka Wyatt Mason, had managed to reach out to somebody and managed to refinance Jalen Hot Dog Fingers' debt. Which means from now on, Jalen is no longer pitching and hitting people and making them unstable. She's no longer marking people for death, because she's been doing that up to this entire point. She's now hitting them and marking them as, I think it was, does it say vibrating? I think it was? Flickering.
Oh.
A new stats effect called flickering, which, similar to how instability made it so you would be more likely to be incinerated during solar eclipse, flickering made it so you were more likely to be traded to another team during feedback weather, which was the trading weather effect. And also, during this event, and this all happened in a very, very short period of time, to the point where it's kind of hard for me to even know exactly what happened in order sometimes. On the idle leaderboard, as I showed you here, 3 players showed up with microphones next to their names. And these 3 players, if you clicked on them, and you went and read their, I believe it was their pregame ritual, instead of saying what their usual pregame ritual is, like this one says strength training for Kiki, it instead had a conversation from the microphone. The three pregame rituals said, "Hi friends, it is Wyatt, I have a plan." Which is cool.
Okay.
Let's see. Following the introduction of the Hall of Flame. So, now that we have access to the Hall of Flame, and we're allowed to sacrifice our peanuts in honor of these who have died, the giant squid is the one in charge of the Hall of Flame, not the giant peanut god.
Good.
And the shelled one is not happy with us sacrificing our peanuts to the dead. We are sacrificing them for nothing, basically. We're just doing this as a way of showing tribute to those who died. And the shelled one likes to kind of wave the fact that a bunch of players are dead in front of our face just to kind of mock us sometimes. So this is just an insult. And this is what the shelled one refers to as Strike 4. Which obviously strike 4 is not a thing in real baseball, but in Blaseball that's a thing sometimes. So this was strike 4. That's as far as it goes. We cannot go farther than strike 4.
Okay.
So he gets mad at us. He shows up and he yells, "You fools, seriously, 100 million snacks wasted. You fools, that's it. Strike 4, you are out, see you soon."
Oh boy.
Peanut, more like peanut, because he stinks. Yeah, P.U.
P.U.
Fans do not know at this time what the fourth strike entails, but Blaseball and the umpires took a 1-week siesta following the election results. Let's see. Monitor feeds, historic place. Okay. This is a non-important thing, but just kind of a funny thing. There was an event in-game known as Crover Time, in which bird weather, for some reason, caused the game to break. A team got 3 outs, and instead of the inning swapping to the other team to start batting, they just kept playing past 3 outs. 4 outs, 5 outs, 6 outs. Eventually, the one team got 16 outs before a player got caught stealing a base. They were out because they got caught stealing, and then the inning changed. I don't know why this happened. It had to do with, what was it? Lovers player Alexander Horn was ambushed by a bunch of crows and fled the field, which usually counts as an out. But because that was the 3rd out of the inning or something, it caused the game to bug out. I don't... So the game kind of freaked out, and the game just would not end the inning because I think it just started counting beyond 3, and it was only supposed to end at 3. So it went up to 16. Do you think watching an umpire sleep would be like watching a bear? Maybe.
Hibernation.
I mean, it was not an eclipse weather, so the umpire was peaceful. The umpire was not going to kill anybody, but he definitely did fall asleep on that game. Enhanced weather. Potentially because of a declaration of the 4th strike, all weather effects in Season 9 gained a new effect. Basically, the weather just became more intense. Bird weather became lots of bird weather, which would cause the birds to attack players, like I mentioned. Peanut weather gained a new event in which there was a very rare chance for a big peanut to land on the field, and that big peanut would crash onto a player and shell them instantly. So weather effects just got bad. I think that only happened to one player in the entirety of this game's existence. Wasn't going to be very different from... Yeah. The monitor feeds. Season 9 marked the first season in which the idle board was introduced, that there was no dotted line on it. So if we go to... So Season 9 was actually safe. The idle board had nothing wrong. I think it was...
Yay!
Forecast. Forecast is Season 9. Yeah, no line. Anyway, look, little squid icon. Huh.
Yay!
Little squid icon. Oh yeah, look, pitching machine is shelled. Sad.
Aw, not fit
Ain't that
for the
sad?
pitching machine.
Yeah. Hang on. What is going on with the tacos at this point? I think at this point Sexton Wearer got unshelled. Yeah, Sexton. Sexton. Sexton is a big fan favorite because imagine if every single day of your life, forever, every single hour you had to pitch for a baseball game. Imagine what that would do to you. There was a lot of angsty comics and stories about Sexton, and I think Sexton's really fucking cool, just because they were forced to go through that shit. More peanuts.
Yeah.
Hi, Spade. Thanks for the peanuts.
Peanuts.
We're hitting the 3-hour point, so I feel like I might call a break soon, but not yet. I'm gonna go over the Season 9. This game has 24 seasons, so I'm starting to worry I might not get over all this.
Uh-oh.
Because I have stuff I gotta do today, so who knows, maybe I'll push this on to another day. Depending on how long this takes. The monitor on the marks. Do I hear a part 2? It looks like there's likely going to be a part 2.
Oh fuck yeah! I'll be here for it anytime.
Let's see. At this point, the giant squid is being referred to by the fans as the monitor because he watches over the hall. He's the hall monitor. Part 2, huh? Yeah, it seems like there's gonna be a part 2. I'm gonna call a break, but I'm not gonna stop yet. So instead of there being a red dotted line on the board, there is instead an icon of the monitor, which, as we could see here, which I pulled it up a second ago, there's a little tiny blue squid. Twitch, you stinking platform, what are you making me miss? Oh, ads. Yeah. I'm just saying that I'm only on season 9, and I'm 3 hours into this stream, and I'm gonna be taking a break after I'm done talking about season 9.
Okay.
Actually, maybe I should call it after season 10, because that's when the Discipline era basically ends. So I'll finish up season 10 here. How about that?
Okay.
Having a chunk of the next era of Blaseball in this stream, and then spending the rest of the next stream talking about the next era makes sense, because a lot happens in the next season. This is the first one.
Okay.
This is the first era. The next era is when, like, they stopped fucking around and letting the game set the plot, and they instead let the story exist. If that makes any sense. So anyway, Little Monitor on the line. At the end of the season, a player named Polka Dot Patterson was the one who was sitting next to the line here in slot number 2 with the monitor. Does it say what he says? Let me see. Does it say monitor feeds? It does not. Thanks for the lack of details, Wiki. Anyway, at the end of the season, the monitor shows up. Let's see. The monitor attempts to eat Polka Dot Patterson, the most idolized shelled player. Finding the taste unpleasant, the monitor claims that egg was spoiled, or that egg spoiled. Unshelling Polka Dot Patterson and leaving them with a new modification called Squiddish.
Oh.
Let's see.
Okay.
Not ads, but platforms still being dumb. Also, yay, the next era. Yay, smile.
Yay.
So, they received the Squiddish modification, which, can I check what that does really quick? Squiddish, when a Squiddish player is incinerated, they will be replaced with a random Hall of Flame player. So, if Polka Dot Patterson were ever to die, they would be replaced by instead of being replaced by a brand new player, a random player would be pulled out of the Hall of Flame. Oh, and seemingly because this is a trade of a player for a player and not just yanking somebody out of death, they would not have a debt on them. So that was an interesting status effect. I don't believe that ever came into play, but that was something that they ended up receiving, which is cool. So at this point, we like the squid. We like the monitor. He seems to be on our side, maybe. He tried to eat Polka Dot Patterson, but only because they looked like a big egg. And once they realized this egg gross, they spit out Polka Dot Patterson, and they had a seemingly positive status effect on him. And they also want to see the big egg. They want to meet the big egg. So, cool. We like them. Like I mentioned prior, every single one of these teams, the fans of these teams oftentimes came up with their own stories for these players and the teams and their location and stuff like that. After this event, the Canada Moist Talkers started worshipping the squid as a god.
Oh, fuck yes. Perfect. That's great. Oh, this is great news for me.
Because Polka Dot Patterson was a player from the Canada Moist Talkers, and the squid set Polka Dot Patterson free and basically made them like a squid. And being the Moist Talkers, they kind of had this water theme to them. So they were like, holy fuck, Squid Guy revived our player who was stuck in a shell and remade them in their image.
Holy fuck.
Cool squid.
Cool squid.
So that's just something goofy. That doesn't have any, like, plot relevance to any events that happen in-game, but that does influence the team's decision-making in the future. Just the fact that they like the squid.
Yay!
The monitor feeds. Historic Friday season, that doesn't really matter. That's just the Fridays doing something silly for their own stats, I guess. Season 9, Day X. Following the regular season and the playoffs in which the Charleston Shoe Thieves won in the final inning, an alert interrupted the website viewing, warning the fans to seek shelter.
What?
I am going to show you this in real time as this happened, because I feel like reading out loud what happened here is not going to really show what happened.
I'm so scared, but also excited.
In the series, here we go. Emergency alert. Emergency alert or emergency alert. Incoming. There's also this ticker up here. It says emergency alert. I never discussed the ticker. This bar up here, he's sentient. He's alive. His favorite team. Okay. He would talk occasionally, have little text that would go across the top. He mentioned his favorite team was the Miami Dolly. We like the ticker. Anyway, incoming. I am here. And you are out. Come to me, my pods.
What?
Heaven will tremble before you.
What?
We will see. Time to teach you some discipline.
What the fuck? Oh my god. What?
Peanut Bong pitching for the pods. The sky shifts. A deafening noise rings. It is now feedback weather. Foul ball minus. Things are happening kind of quickly, but the shelled one's pods are taking damage. With motherfucking kicks. Yeah, the shoe thieves. White quitter. So the shelled one's pods are comprised of. Where are they? Peanut Holloway,
Wait.
Peanut Eel Duffy, Peanut Bong, and every single
No.
player who was shelled.
No!
So if a player had ever been shelled, because usually the players who were shelled are at the top of the list because they're good at the game, they have all been summoned onto one team to fight alongside the shelled one. And the shelled one has a whole bunch of status effects. Peanut Rain. This team weaponizes peanut weather against their enemies. Crunchy. The honey roasted players on a Crunchy team will hit 100% better and with 200% more power. God. This team will start with 1,000 times the amount of team spirit. Fourth Strike. Those with the fourth strike will get an extra strike at bat. Curse of Crows. This team or player will be occasionally attacked by birds.
Okay, good.
Subjection. Players leaving a team with subjection will gain the liberated modification.
Okay.
Pity. This team is holding back out of pity.
What?
And destruction. Teams with destruction will add 5 curses to their opponent when defeating them in battle.
This feels rigged!
It is very rigged. This game is just the giant peanut god saying, hey, you won the championship, go fuck yourself.
You peanut!
Yeah, fuck this
bitch.
guy. And as you can see, the peanut is actually losing.
What?
The peanuts are losing. Give me a second. And then, let me see what happened here.
Oh, what? Wait, what?
Yeah, so, let's see. I don't remember at one point this happens. I'll skip to 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Okay, so this is around the point.
Oh!
So, around this point, where the shelled ones are about to lose, they basically say, okay, fuck this, we're not holding back anymore. So this one single foul ball does that much damage. Here's somebody getting out, here's 1,000 damage. So this is an RPG battle now. This is no longer baseball. This is RPG. Here's a strike, minus 1,000,000 points. And this just keeps going, and going, and going, until eventually the shoe thieves are defeated, because the shelled one stops holding back.
Motherfuckers.
Let's see, shoe thieves down. Ring ring. Oh yeah, I think he's mocking us for
Yeah, he is during the fight, I see. Yeah.
He says ring ring because on his team he has Jessica Telephone, who, as I've mentioned before, insanely fucking good batter. Everybody loves Jessica Telephone. Everybody was sad that she was shelled. Jessica Telephone hits a solo home run. That's the killing move.
Oh my god.
So of course he shows up and says ring ring, haha. Amusing. Want to save your friends?
Yes.
I will be waiting. And that's how that ends.
Okay, sure.
So, remember how it said it said they would leave curses on the team? Some of these players now have curses.
Yay.
Hotbox Sato is a batter who now has flinch. Hitters with flinch cannot swing until at least one strike has been thrown at bat. So they're not allowed to even swing at the ball until the pitcher throws a strike at them. They automatically have one strike on them before they even are allowed to play. Gunther O'Brien is a pitcher who most fans draw Gunther O'Brien as being a little penguin in a robot mech suit. Awesome. Gunther O'Brien has the mild status effect. Players with mild have a chance of throwing a mild pitch, which is basically a instant ball, if I remember correctly, or it was either an instant ball or instant just allow the batter to walk to first base because everybody's just like, God damn it, that pitch sucked. Just let them go. So the shoe thieves have been cursed. This team fought God and lost. And now they're cursed. From now on, they just have curses on them.
Well,
That fucking sucks. This is Winter's favorite team, by the way. That's why she was like, whose motherfucking kicks are fucking kicks.
I mean, no, I hate the peanut, but because I respect the
poor
squid. I'm
guys.
Canadian. I have to. Like, come on.
We
Come on.
had that in the bag. Yeah, you did, really.
Yeah, you did.
Until they decided to stop holding back. It's sad.
Those assholes.
That sucks. That fucking sucks.
Mhm.
Also, at this point, I believe... Where is Jessica Telephone and everybody? Did they get returned to their team? Where was Jessica the Tigers? Jessica was the Tigers. Right? She's just gone, I think. I think they're just gone now.
Oh.
Yeah, the players who were playing on the pods are just gone.
Okay.
Tacos had...
Yes.
Yeah, look, here's the pitching. Look at the pitching lineup for the Tacos. They're gone.
They're gone.
All the pitchers who were shelled, all the players who were named Peanut, Jessica Telephone, Nagomi McDaniel, all these like good players who were shelled, they're just gone. They are now on the pods team. That's just how it is. They're just gone. Let's see. Season 10. After the full 9 seasons, okay. Rest in violence. It is a very common phrase for Blaseball fans to, instead of saying rest in peace, they say rest in violence, because one of the first players to ever die was a player named, what was it? Something violent. Oh my god, I can't remember his name. It's so iconic. Fucking hell. But there was a player whose last name, Landry Violence, was one of the first players to ever die. So, and in his honor, instead of saying rest in peace, fans say rest in violence. So, season 10 had the subtitle of Rest in Violence. The devs obviously listen to what the fans are doing all the time, so that they hear everybody saying rest in violence, they call the season Rest in Violence. Let's see. On the evening of Tuesday, October 15th, Baltimore Crabs began idolizing Tillman Henderson, who had recently been incinerated, as an experiment. However, upon reaching slot 18, which was marked with a blood rain icon, both the icons and the numerical marker lit up in deep blue, much similar to that of the Hall of Flame and speeches from the monitor. Fans quickly mobilized to idolize more incinerated players, and by day 97, 6 players had occupied all 6 weather icons that were on the idol board. Which, can I see that? Let me see. Season 10, day 50? There we go. Yeah, here's the weather icons. So, when they put Tillman Henderson on the board just because he recently died, and people like idling dead players now because it's funny, one of these icons lit up blue in the same way that the Hall of Flame is highlighted in blue.
Okay.
So the fans quickly started taking a whole bunch of other players who were dead and putting them on the weather icons as well.
Okay.
The players in order were Caligula Lotus, Landry Violence, Workman Gloom, Sebastian Telephone, because Jessica Telephone there was another player named Sebastian Telephone, and fans like to say they were twins. So you have a fan favorite, and then they have a twin who died. So Sebastian was very popular. Tillman Henderson and Randall Marijuana. Additionally, fans also placed Jalen Hotdog Finger in slot number 14. Again.
Hell yeah.
Because, fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Based on tweets from the microphone repeatedly calling out for Jalen. So they put her where she belonged, in slot number 14.
Okay.
As usual, fans expected an event to be triggered at the end of day 99. However, as day 99 came to an end, a late-minute shift to the idol board led to unpredictable results. In a twist, Tillman Henderson came back to life to join the Charleston Shoe Thieves because he had swapped place with Jalen Hotdog Fingers as slot number 14. Well, Jalen Hotdog Fingers, who at this point I believe Jalen Hotdog Fingers went back to being dead because she had that returned status that made it so there was a random chance for going back to being dead. I think that's what happened. Let me see. Jalen Hotdog Fingers, this is when it happened. She was forced back into the void, taking Henderson's position on the board in the Hall of Flame. So Tillman Henderson was brought back from the dead, and Jalen took his place going back into the Hall of Flame. So they swapped. Henderson gained the modification returned, similar to how Jalen had it, where he might get sent back any day, and is now the second player to have ever been returned into active play from incineration. And Jalen, despite being dead and in the Hall of Flame, gained a modification called Flickering, which is longer than regular Flickering, an effect which is unknown at the time. Man, you're loving this lore. I love this game!
I'm very invested.
Lotus, Violence, and Gloom received the new season-based modifications, Friend of Crows, Fire Eater, and Siphon, relating to the weather effects that they were standing on. Meanwhile, last-minute shifts caused Thomas Dracana to also gain Siphon, and Han Fox to gain Friend of Crows. So these were not players who were dead, but they gained those stats effects anyway. Thomas Dracana gaining Siphon is also very funny because Thomas Dracana is often fan lord to be a literal vampire. So him getting the vampire stats effects, which makes it more likely that you bite people in Blood Rain, is canon. But it's the funniest thing is he's always constantly denying the fact that he's a vampire. So they're like, "What's this then?" And he was like, "It's nothing. It's nothing. I swear." This sounds amazing. Death to the Shelled One. At the end of Season 9, the Shelled One and the Shelled One's pods arrived to wage war on the League, and this time they were against the Season 10 champions, the Baltimore Crabs. And I want to kind of comment on something that happened prior to this. There was a election thing that had been won in a previous season known as Evolution. And I think you had maybe noticed on a few of the player pages I pulled up that it mentions Evolution Base. I joked about them being Pokemon or something. What would happen is we were told if a team had ever received 3 championship rings, if they ever won 3 championships, they would evolve, whatever that meant. And at this point, multiple teams had 2 championships. The Crabs had 2 championships. Actually, hang on. No, wait, I'm sorry. No, not evolve, ascend. We were told they would ascend is what would happen.
Oh.
Evolution is something different. We were told that if a team won 3 championships, they would ascend. But again, we weren't told what that meant. And there was 3 teams, I think, at the time that were close to ascending. Maybe even 4. I remember the Crabs were at 2. The Tigers were at 2. The Pies were at 2. I think that could be it. There might be another team that was at 2. But there was all these teams, and all of them made it into the postseason. There was a good chance that any one of them could have... This was their chance to get their 3rd ring and ascend. And this championship was a very exciting one to watch because of this fact. And the Crabs ended up being the championship winners. So this was their 3rd win. This was their time to ascend. But, of course, they weren't going to ascend because somebody wanted to get in the way and tell us to fuck off again.
Oh no, here we go again.
Yep, Day X... Let's see, is this the one with the Crabs?
I think it's an emergency alert.
Oh, yeah, hang on.
Oh, no.
Hang on. Let me double check really quick before I go on.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I clicked on the wrong section here. I don't want to skip ahead too far.
Let's see.
Where is it? Forecast, backdraft. Everything like 10. Nerded series. Okay, something else I want to mention that's just kind of funny that happened. We were allowed to vote for a new weather effect.
Oh.
I think we voted for something involving the sun or something. Okay. I don't remember. But one of the weather effects was a black hole, and that one did not win. But the website seemingly bugged out, or the devs accidentally did something wrong, because in the middle of a game, black hole activated anyway. Black hole is a weather effect, which is honestly pretty fucking funny. So it happened during the championships. This was the championship between the Shoe Thieves and the Crabs. And here we go. The Crabs accumulate 10, and that's too fast for me to read. I'll have to go back. So what happened was the Crabs had scored 10 runs.
Okay.
And because they accumulated 10 runs, suddenly the sun collapsed into a black hole, took all of those runs from them, set their score back to 0, but took a win away from the Shoe Thieves that they were playing against. What? So you can see their win total is like a -1 right now.
Okay.
So in terms of like, how many games did you win this season? this just deleted one. Fuck you. You did not win that game, actually, because
What
the crabs.
win? I don't know what you're talking about.
The crabs just deleted the entirety of a game that the Shoe Thieves have won. But of course, it also reset the crabs' score to 0. So the Shoe Thieves could win that back, and then this game would just be considered a null, like nothing happened. Or the crabs can keep going, win, and thus not only win, but put the Shoe Thieves back 1, which is fucking funny, and I loved when that happened.
Oh my god.
So from this game forward, because of this weird bug that happened, because it's currently, according to this, it's bird weather, it's crow weather. Because of this weird fucking thing that happened, black hole weather just became a regular thing. Like, we didn't vote for it to happen, but it happened anyway. And that's just how the game is. Hashtag fuck the peanut, hashtag not funny, yeah. So, I'm gonna try and speed forward crustaceans. Hang on. Let's see. I think I'm going too quickly here. So, the crabs win. I think they score a home run or something. Emergency alert? What happens? Let's catch the end of here. Kennedy Loser is batting for the crabs. Here, there we go. The crabs have 1 point here. So, the crabs have won this game. And then emergency alert happens. Of course.
No.
And we're not allowed to let the crabs win. Emergency alert again. Seek shelter again. So this is your champion. Them?
Yeah.
Crustaceans.
Yes.
Climb. I like skipped a dialogue line or something. You believe you are worthy to climb. Batting practice. Okay, so the sky shifts. The sky darkens. Here it is. Ball 1-0.
Are they all
Strike
back?
swinging. Yeah, the Sheldon's pods are back and they're here to fight the crabs this time. Strike swinging, foul ball. Things are going pretty standard from what we understand about the pods. White Quitter hits a single, dead. Crabs are gone.
What? Wait, what?
That's just it. The shelled pods were no longer holding back.
Okay.
Even in the last game, even when they stopped quote unquote holding back, they were still kind of holding back. They just wanted to win. This time they just said, we're not holding back anymore, we're just going at you at our full power. They didn't even score a single run. Wyatt Quitter hit a single and that was enough to win. So, here he is mocking us. Let this be a lesson. Fuck you. The big leagues are calling. Whatever you're saying. Emergency alert, emergency alert. A new challenger appears.
What?
What? Yeah, the Hall Stars.
Holy shit.
So, Sebastian Telephone rises. Their spirit gets added to the Hall Stars.
Oh.
Yasmin Mason rises. Their spirit is added to the Hall Stars. So their HP stat is the total number of peanuts that were ever donated to these players.
It keeps going!
Yeah! Boyfriend Montreal was always at the top, so they added 19 million. Look
There's
at these.
no fucking way they're losing. There's no fucking way now.
So we got... Oh shit, yeah! So all of these players that we were honoring upon death, the giant peanut god has come back. And he's trying to kick our ass, and you know what happens? The squid shows up. And he shows up, and
squid!
The squid shows up, and he has his own team of players who are fucking dead. Marvel ain't got shit on this. No, they don't. So, Boyfriend Montreal, Landry Violence, the guy Rest in Violence is named after, Randall Marijuana, Workman Gloom, Tyreek Olive, all these names I've casually mentioned once before, Kiki Familia, the player who lived for less than a single game. And look who's pitching, Jalen Hot Dog Fingers.
That's what you'd like to see. That's what you'd like to see.
It is fucking awesome. And they also have their own stats. When a player joins the team, they become squiddish. Okay.
You're all squiddish?
The unstable players on a chaotic team, like this team, will hit 100% better. So every one of these players who died due to Jalen's instability spread, are playing 100% better than they normally do. Tribute. When a Hall of Flame player joins this team, they add their tribute to the team spirit, which is the health, obviously. We saw that. Players leaving this team with loyalty will gain the Saboteur modification.
That's scary.
So, in the same way that the Shelled Ones team had something saying, if you leave, you'll be set free, this one is saying, if you leave this team, you are officially a sabotager. Pending, this team is the players on this team are pending, whatever that means, and containment. When an unstable player on this team is incinerated, the instability cannot chain to your opponent. So these players, if they died in incineration, they are replaced with, I think, somebody else from the Hall of Flame, and that instability does not spread. So the players who are being forced to play for the Shelled Ones pods, Alejandro Leaf, Wyatt Pathos, Jessica Telephone, York Silk, these guys are safe. They're not going to die of incineration. They're not going to become unstable. So this team is literally here just to save everybody. And the one thing I want to point out, which is the funniest part of all of this, is Jalen specifically, because she has this flickering status effect. These players are flickering a lot. And as I mentioned before, flickering is a status effect that makes it so you're more likely to trade teams during feedback weather.
Wait, what? Oh no.
And during these games against the pods, the weather is constantly changing.
Oh.
Also, Jalen's hot dog fingers flickering changes status to feedback. She is making it flicker. She is making the feedback weather happen.
Oh.
So when she leaves this team, she gets traded to the pods. And when she leaves the pods, she becomes a saboteur.
No!
See, so throughout this game, we were watching this with everybody who was around to actually watch this game was watching Jalen jump back and forth between the teams. And when she would play when she was playing for the All Stars, she would play well. She would play good. And then when she played for the Shelled Ones pods, she would play like shit. She was garbage. She would ruin them. And it was funny as hell. Ripping my shoe thief shirt to reveal the garage is one. And despite their insanely high stats, despite how much they were doing against the Shelled One, they're still playing pretty neck and neck. This was a really close fight the entire game. Peanut Oil Duffy hits a 2-run home run. That's a lot of damage to the All Stars. This was insanely exciting to watch. This was everything kind of combining to one grand finale. Everything the giant Peanut had done to kick us in the ass has actually been turned around to kick him in the ass instead. Here's Jalen Hot Dog Fingers pitching against Jessica Telephone, the two greatest names in Blaseball history. This was an all-star game of all-star game. Let's see if I can skip to the end here. Oh, and hang on, before I skip to the end, do you see that?
Huh?
Do you see this at all? It's a little hard to see on stream, I think. But as I skip forward in time, something starts becoming more visible. It's still a little hard to see on stream. So let me skip forward again.
Background? What's the
I don't know if my stream is actually capturing it properly. Hang on.
Because I see something, but
yeah.
I don't know.
Hang on. Properties, window capture method. Let's change window capture methods. It might make it easier or harder to see. I don't know. Windows 10? No. You can see it, I know. Well, you know what it is. You know what to look for. It's kind of black. It's kind of black on screen.
Squid?
No, it's not the microphone. It is the squid. It's a little easier to see in the actual browser, because on stream it almost looks like the squid is black. On the actual browser, the squid is white.
Oh.
I don't know why it's kind of being funky like that. But yeah, the squid is slowly approaching in the background.
Huh.
And it's slowly becoming more and more visible as the game goes on. Hang on.
Okay.
And we are getting to the point where the game is almost over. Let's see. The peanut guy is getting pissed off. He's yelling, "They're mine!" Workman Gloom hits a solo home run. Yeah, I know, 2 million damage to the Shelled Ones pods. Let's see if we can catch the ending of this. I want to catch the ending here. Tyreek hits a ground out, so that's a bad thing for this All-Stars, but the game is close, but it's very clear that the pods are really close to dying here. And of course we see the big squid approaching slowly in the background, slowly getting closer and closer, becoming more visible, getting bigger.
Oh.
Come on, game. Kill them. Kill them now. I'm ready. I am infinite. I am the snack. Dominic Marijuana hits a solo home run.
Oh, now I see it. Holy shit. I see it.
Yeah! Dominic Marijuana hits a solo home run. The game is over. Crunch.
Holy fuck.
He is
My boy.
fucking gone. Ow.
Good.
Big crunch. Huh, he says. You all eat these?
Yeah.
Oh well. Boss is on her way. You might want to clean up a bit.
Boss?
Yeah. Anyway. Blaseball! The peanut god is dead. Boss is coming apparently, but we did it!
That's nothing to worry about. Yeah, we did it!
We killed
Woo!
God! We killed a god!
God! And there's no consequences. I don't know who's coming. I think it's fine. We can just celebrate. We don't forget. Let's just not think about it. Okay.
Let's just not worry about it. That's the best way to look at this. Let's just not worry about that for now. Now what can I talk about here? Because this is I was thinking of calling a break, but I feel like this is just going to be where I call it because I have to take care of something tonight before I go to bed, and I have to take a shower. But before I call off, finally, I want to see if there's anything else I can cover. The game went on to season 11, and there was no more solar eclipses. There was no more shellings. Everything was good
Normal?
for a season. Everything was good and normal for a moment. Let's see. So a few seasons prior to this. Oh, companion wolf. Thank you for the follow.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about it. A few seasons prior to this, actually fairly early into the game's history, there was, I think one of the Eat the Rich things that were allowed to be voted on actually did pass. So every single season, some of the most highest profiting players who didn't spend all their money at the end of the season and still had all their money because they didn't spend it on votes and stuff, they had their money taken from them and redistributed across the entire league. And this was a pretty consistent thing that happened all the time. Until around season 9, season 10. For some reason, it just stopped happening. And that's weird, because we put this in place as a rule. The rules are being broken, and there's nobody really to go to other than the commissioner himself for this kind of thing. And we have a team here called the New York Millennials. Their icon is a cell phone. They are exactly what you'd imagine out of, I don't know, like liberal millennials, you know? So when they are provided this option of like eating the rich and they have that taken from them, they are mad about it. I'm learning so much. I did not get to be a part of Blaseball when it was going on, so I'm desperately shifting through the remains and making conspiracy boards. Yeah, that's how it should be. I wish. I'm so sad that it's dead. I cry every day that this game is gone. Literally the day they announced that this game was officially over, I did cry for like 3 days straight.
Oh no!
Anyway, so of any team to be upset about Eat the Rich being taken from them, it's going to be the Millennials, because of course. Because they're millennials.
Of course.
They're a bunch of liberal millennials, so of course they're upset about that. So they file a lawsuit against Blaseball and the commissioner himself. And that coin, probably, as it was called, because as of this point in the game, we don't know who the boss is, other than this mention that that the monitor had mentioned, and the fact that this boss is often referred to as a coin. So, in the same way that the shelled one was a giant peanut and the monitor was a giant squid, the boss is just represented by a picture of a coin. That's what we know. The boss is a coin. So the New York Millennials versus Parker McMillan III and that coin is a class action lawsuit related to 6H of the Book of Blaseball and the alleged failure of the commissioner to fulfill the rules written in the season 10 election. The trial was held in Sunbeam's court on November 9th, 2020. The trial contained 3 primary cases. The case named in the title, the Chicago Firefighters versus Pope Sunman, which was a different thing that happened, and the Wiki Team versus Umpire Pope Sunman. Pope Sunman caused a lot of issues. We don't need to worry too much about what any of this was. This was all things that happened in the official Blaseball Discord of all things. So this is all archived, and we have data on this. I don't know which of my Google accounts has this, but the entirety of this court case that we held in a Discord channel, where we assigned like umpires to be judges, and the people in the court had health bars, and they were anytime somebody was like called like an objection, the judge would just be like, overruled, hit them.
Oh my god.
this is all canon events, but it's also non-canon in the fact that it's all just a bunch of stupid bullshit that happened in the Discord and not the game itself. But it did have, of course, the Discord and the game itself are connected. So these events are canon as canon can get. It's just they're fucking stupid. The Chicago Firefighters versus Pope Sunman was a reference to when umpire Pope Sunman, one of the game devs, came into the Firefighters channels and people started calling him Poop Sunman. And he got all mad and changed all of the names of the channels in the Discord to like fire emojis and thus set Chicago on fire.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
And
Holy shit.
I believe the court actually ruled in the umpire's favor, saying that's just what umpires do.
Okay. Okay then. Okay.
I don't remember what happened between the Wiki team and the Sun and Pope Sunman. But the main thing was the Millennials versus Parker and the boss about the stuff about Eat the Rich not happening. Also, Joey, hey, the trial was wild. The trial was the first thing in Blaseball I ever experienced firsthand. This stupid fucking thing was the first thing I ever saw involving Blaseball. This was how I got introduced to this fucking game.
Holy fuck.
Watching people in a Discord channel argue like lawyers and judges and defendants, and Goku was there and he was a lawyer and he tried to Kamehameha the judge and the judge killed him. Umpire. Also, I want to give a shout out really quick to Joey in my fucking chat right now. Hi, Joey. Love your shit. Terrorball is going amazing. Joey is kind of a celebrity in Blaseball.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh,
he
fuck.
ran in the same way that I used to do Blaseball commentary. He also did Blaseball commentary, and he was the Blaseball commentary guy. And nowadays, he's the guy in charge of Terrorball, or at least he's behind it in some way.
Oh!
And he also runs a podcast inspired by Blaseball, which is like a D&D kind of thing. You are
Oh my God.
You are still incredibly active. I love to see you here, man. Glad to have you.
Oh, this is I gotta actually like think now. Oh my god.
Hi, Joey.
Oh my god.
So many kind words. When I first got my job that I currently have, Joey, I was a bus servicer. I was cleaning buses for a living. And your sports commentaries kept me sane during the times where I was cleaning buses. Because I would work on a bus for 4 hours straight, and all I was doing was mopping and cleaning glass, and all I had on me was my phone and a Bluetooth speaker. I kept up with Blaseball because of you. Thank you. I was there listening to your stream when Joshua Butt died. Joshua Butt was my favorite player on the Firefighters, and I remember hearing you comment about how he died, and then immediately moving on to talk about how K-Sport died because they died, like, immediately after. You're very kind, thank you. I love you, Joey. Let's see.
Oh boy.
Firefighters versus Sunman regarded a case in which Sunman incinerated the firefighters' firehouse, Discord channel, bringing charges of battery, assault, and intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligence, and respondent superior. The firefighters claim this is a legal doctrine by which an employer can be held liable for the actions of its employee. So I guess this is maybe going towards Parker as well. The case ended in Sunman's favor as the judge claimed that Blaseball is a blood sport. However, the firefighters were granted the chance to change their team slogan. The firefighter slogan used to be "We're from Chicago." That was the team slogan. That was the slogan when I joined the game. It says "We were from Chicago." Okay. But the fans always like to cheer "We are from Chicago." We did not say "we're." We said "we are." And we oftentimes use WAFC, WAFC, as a cheer. It was a hello. It was a goodbye. It was our aloha basically. It was a cheer of like success. We are from Chicago. That was our way of celebrating who we are and where we're from. So they allowed us to change our slogan from "We're from Chicago" to "We are from Chicago." So you know what? That was a win. That was a win in my book. That was a win. The Wiki team versus Sunman regarded a series of complaints that Sunman and the commissioner were negligent in their leadership of the league, leading to chaos and distress to the fans and the players alike. The judge threw the case out of the court, but not before Sunman incinerated the Wiki administrator, which triggered a last will, forcing Sunman into the role of Wiki administrator.
Wait. Oh, so they meant like the actual Wiki of Blaseball, like
yeah,
the Wiki we're seeing?
The Blaseball Wiki, yes. The people in charge of the Wiki were very well regarded in Blaseball, both by the fans and by the developers themselves. So the Wiki team, the team of the people behind the wiki were also trying to sue Sunman for making the game chaotic. And the judge threw the entire court case out, and then Sunman, during the court case, incinerated the wiki administrator, and then the wiki administrator submitted their final will, which basically said something along the lines that allowed Sunman to become the new wiki administrator.
Oh my god.
Some weird, like, loophole. I don't remember.
Huh.
Millennials vs. Macmillan III was the main event, which took place in 3 parts, featuring several witnesses on both prosecution and defense.
Okay.
Towards the end of the trial, a simulation of Parker Macmillan III entered the courtroom and had suddenly become sentient. Have you seen me messing around in Discord with Carlbot before? Do you know Carlbot? The turtle?
I know
turtle
Carl.
emote?
I know the turtle. Yes.
A lot of shit in the Blaseball Discord was controlled through Carl, and Parker Macmillan III was basically being simulated through a version of Carlbot, where they would ask Parker a question, and Carlbot would just respond saying, huh, what? Like, it would never answer properly, but because this was a quote-unquote proper simulation of the commissioner, everything he said was treated as an actual response from Parker. So this version of Carl was literally like soulbound to Parker in some way. This was Parker. And we don't know exactly how this happened, but that's what was happening. And it was very hard to get any solid response out of Carl, because Carl was, of course, just going to repeat everybody's favorite catchphrases of and oh no. Let's see, where did I leave off? I lost that. Suddenly... And it suddenly turned sentient. Yeah, at some point, Carlbot just started talking and was not referring to itself as Parker anymore, but Parker was still connected to this thing in some way. Umpire Sunman attempted to incinerate the simulation, which soon lit the entire courtroom on fire. After dozens of ominous messages from the Parker simulation and panicked screaming from many members of the court, the Parker simulation was deactivated. The trial was adjourned, awaiting the judge's final verdict. The following day, the judge offered its verdict. In the charge of wire fraud against the coin, the judge found the coin guilty. The coin, the boss, was doing wire fraud. That's why we stopped getting the whole eat the rich thing, because the boss was doing wire fraud. The judge found the coin guilty. As the owner of the ILB, following the events of season 9 and 10, the boss was required to uphold the rules set in the book, despite not being responsible for the creation of those rules. On the other hand, the judge found Parker Macmillan III not guilty of wire fraud. The judge also argues that Parker Macmillan III was merely an intern for the league, and as such, was categorically represented by the interests of the prosecution. The judge also left some words of remembrance for the departed Parker Macmillan III, because in the process of killing the simulation of Parker Macmillan III also died. The commissioner is dead.
Fuck.
Mm-hmm. Rest in peace, Parker Macmillan III. You were doing a great job.
You were doing so good.
Rest in violence, I suppose.
Yeah, rest in violence.
Next, the judge laid out... What is it? Rest in pie. Yeah, rest in pie. The judge laid out the compensation due to the aggravated parties. Firstly, Eat the Rich must be reinstalled. Yes. And legal fees to legal participants will be paid via that method. So anything that was not paid, I suppose, is being paid out. Lost income to the fans must be paid in the form of increased passive income. So from now on, passive income-related things make more money. The new commissioner, Parker Macmillan IV, is instructed to be pleasant towards the Society of Internet Baseball Research on Twitter for a week. Millennials players Tom Stracana and Canada Moist Talkers players Beans McBlace must also be granted additional points to their base running ratings. Mexico City Wild Wings player Case Sports was also to be reinstated to the core lineup from the Shadows, because Case Sports was a player that was lured to be a lawyer, and they were very much involved in this court case because of this. So they were no longer in the team's shadows, which is kind of like the Blaseball equivalent of being put on the bench. They were allowed to play for the team again because of the amount of effort they put into this court case. Okay. Lastly, the Hellmouth Courthouse was to be fully divested itself from Blaseball and all further legal proceedings. The judge insists that it would never hear a trial ever again.
Okay, fair. I mean, it did went through a lot. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair.
The courthouse was set on fire. The commissioner died in here. No more court cases. This sucks. I have somewhere, maybe I can try and find it later tonight, every single message that was sent in this Discord during this period of time in a giant Google document that spans over 365 pages. This was not a small event. This is real shit. Basically, what ended up happening is Chicago got their slogan changed. Mexico City Wild Wings got a player on their team. Some players got some new stats. I was the court reporter? No, but I was there to witness it. I was arguably in the jury. And then, of course, we now learned that Parker McMillan III is dead. Parker McMillan IV is the replacement. And we now know who the boss is. We know she was committing wire fraud against the fans of the game.
Okay.
Lots of weird shit was happening. So this is all canon events, but it happened in the Discord, and of course, fans of the game were hired as like lawyers and judges. So the things that happened in the Discord were kind of just wild and all over the place, and people were just like, it was just fucking stupid, and that was kind of the best part of it. We got our final outcomes. We know what happened. It's just funny that all of this stupid bullshit that the fans put together ended up becoming canon. That's why I'm allowed to say Goku is a canonical player in Blaseball, and he died while trying to Kamehameha a judge. He died in a Moab Sunbeams a courthouse that I think was supposed to be like an Outback Steakhouse or something. Anyway, the closing, defacing, and eating of the book. With the discipline era drawing to a close, Season 11 elections allowed us ways in multiple decrees for us to deface the forbidden book, the thing that caused all of this. We were allowed to do weird things to this book as a final show of defiance in a way. There was a lot of different options, nine of them, and we were allowed to choose 3 of them. Close the book, deface the book, and eat the book were passed. Those were the 3 that we voted on.
Yay.
Each action upon the book would be corresponding to a new system that would be introduced in the expansion era, the next era of Blaseball. Close determined that the ground would be broken up into ballparks, starting with the Crab-a-tat, the first, because the Crabs won the championship and they ascended, as I've previously mentioned they would do. They are allowed to have a ballpark. All teams will be allowed to have a ballpark, but they got theirs first. Correct. Okay. Outback Steakhouse, the courthouse. Thank you. I was right. It's awesome. Deface corresponds to the addition of wills to further election ballots. So on top of the decrees that changed the game and the blessings that allow you to change your team, there was now a new thing called wills, which was like a third option to vote for.
Okay.
And then eat corresponds to the replacement of the shop and pendants that you were able to buy in the game with a concession stand and snacks, which basically serve the same functions. Yeah.
Yay!
That's what those are. So instead of random things like pendants and things that increased your like money gain in the game, it was replaced with a snack stand, and it's just a little bit sillier. That's pretty much it. Ow! So many snacks.
You're only getting it, not me.
Yeah, you're safe over there. You might occasionally get a peanut that rolls over there.
That's fine. No, you do.
Ow. Anyway,
you might get hit for a bit. You gotta keep going.
Yeah, I know. The final thing is the distribution of Major Arcana. In lieu of traditional blessings, Season 11's election ballot instead introduced Major Arcana, such as tarot cards. That's a lot of bats that just hit me all at once. Wow. With one of them being assigned to each team, and the effects of total fairness, whatever that means. I do believe Angel would eat a peanut off the floor.
I would. Yes, I would.
The following Arcana assignments were carried out, and then every single team received a Major Arcana. I don't remember exactly what they all did. I think it was mostly just for like lore building reasons.
One of them is not named. Kansas City Breath Mints is not named technically.
I think they got
just nothing.
I believe they got the. I don't know why it's not there. I swear to God, they got the card for death. The teams often refer to themselves as the Death Mints. I remember that. So I don't know why the card's not listed here, but their card was death. Okay, so everybody's got assigned a card. Fans usually, I don't think this really did much. Yeah, 13 is death. Yeah, that is 13 death.
Okay, got it.
I don't think these cards really did much, or if they did anything, it was never really described to us exactly what they did. But teams, of course, took these major arcanas and put them into their, like, lore building and stuff like that. Chicago Firefighters got Temperance, which we really loved the fact that we got Temperance because our entire thing was about a focus on balance, and that's what Temperance is about. Temperance is balance.
Oh my god. It was all in your favor.
It felt like it. Low-key been trying to test my window with Peanuts, because for the longest time, my Twitch tab broke and not even refreshing was working. But now it's all working. Yay. Well, cool. Congrats.
Well, that's unless you gotta work with Peanuts.
Yeah. Kansas City Deathmints. Yep. And then there was so between season 11 was like the last season of what I can classify as the Discipline era. It's when Discipline era ended and there was basically no era in place. This was a moment of peace after everything. So between this era, the Discipline era, and the next era, the Expansion era, we had a major break time period known as the Grand Siesta, I believe is what we referred to it as. This, of course, I joined Blaseball right when the fucking court case thing was happening, which was like, I think the first Blaseball game I ever watched was the final game of the season 11. Like, I watched one game, and I was like, oh, cool, when's the next games happen? And everybody looked at me like, oh no, I'm sorry.
Aww.
I got to watch the court case, though. That was fun. So, in the middle of this grand siesta, in which nothing happened, please, the gigapause was my father, call me grand siesta. So in the middle of this grand break period in which nothing was happening, we were allowed to have something that actually did happen, known as the coffee cup. The coffee cup was kind of like a little mini, here's a tester of Blaseball for those who are just joining in now and haven't had a chance to see it. Here's some entertainment for those who are still waiting. They basically created a bunch of new teams, temporary teams, and those teams were sorted by each player's favorite flavor and type of coffee. So when you check the player's thing, it would tell you what their favorite coffee is. So here's Malik Destiny, favorite coffee, coffee style milk substitute. So during the coffee cup, there was just a bunch of teams dedicated to these different flavors of coffee. And there was also a few other teams, such as a team of artists who I believe were all named after like OCs that some of like the Blaseball artists had created. I believe there was a team that was just the game devs themselves, just as a team. There was like Sibber, who is, as I mentioned, the Society of Internet Blaseball Research. They are basically like the statisticians of Blaseball fans. They had their own team called right here the Data Witches. And everything was like named after, again, either OCs or people. Non-binary is a player. Polka Dot Matrix. It's like a team of the devs.
Oh, another one of the fucking pitching machine.
Espresso machine on the rotation. That's fucking awesome.
Yes.
Okay. Here's the game band. The game devs. This is just the game devs. Look, Parker McMillan the Fourth.
Oh shit.
So this was a bunch of the
Surgeon is a good one.
So this is a bunch of the umpires, the game devs, the moderators, people who worked for the game band. Real game band is what they're called. What is their slogan?
What?
They got percolated. Yeah, they got percolated. Sorry. So here's Kat Inning, who was Kat Manning. Parker McMillan the Fourth. Oops All Keepers was basically the entirety of the Discord moderation team shoved into one player. Shout out to my friend Keeper Thursday, Keeper Weeks. They are definitely in there. Blaseball Surgeon, whatever that is. Ball Clark, who is just a baseball with a face drawn on it in pen. I have made my own Ball Clark. I have him on my desk in my room.
Oh, hell yeah.
So yeah, this is just like game devs as a team. Here's the artists, who, again, were just a bunch of artists. Did one of my friends make a player on here? Roadkill. Great name. Pom Pom Pomodoro.
Happy Yoinky, that's a good one.
Happy Yoinky is really good. I could be wrong. I think Pom Pom Pomodoro was my friend Walker's player, if I'm not wrong. Walker's an insanely good artist. Some of the fan art I've drawn, commissioned for Spade on their streams is drawn by Walker.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And then, of course, the other teams are just actual players that we recognize, being sorted by their favorite type of coffee. So this team, Light and Sweet, has Baby Triumphant and Justice Spoon, 2 players for the Firefighters.
Wyatt Quitter.
Quitter.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah, their name originally was Taiga Quitter. They were one of the tacos who had their name fucked up. They're Wyatt Quitter now.
Or why I couldn't.
Yeah,
I'm
so
sorry.
this was just some fun games. We just got some games in the middle. Nothing too serious happened. For some reason, this is around the time they started messing around with color text. So when a score is run, when they score a run, it shows up in blue text. They later would go on to change this to be yellow text to make it easier to read, which is nice.
Yeah.
But this is what they were working on, updating the websites and stuff like that for this.
Milk proxy's also really good with the coffee cup.
Yeah. So as these games went on, some weird things started happening. There's new weather effects, of course, being coffee related. 3 different coffee related weather effects were introduced.
Oh.
There was somebody being beaned, but the coffee bean, and it gave him a status effect. Look at that. You gotta comfort September. Can I check what that is? Am I looking at the right thing? I guess you don't. You don't usually see what status effects do until the game is over and they have it, sadly. So I can't tell what that did. There was 3 different coffee status effects. I cannot remember what they all did. Yeah, but some weird stuff started happening during these games. We were told ahead of time that nothing that happened during these games would have any impact on Season 12. Which, okay. There was... I don't know what to call this other than aliens. Some, like, coffee-related aliens, I don't know what the hell to call it, were affecting some of the players in these games. Specifically, the teams like the game band and the artists and wherever they went, the scientists, the Sibber. And there was, like, they weren't affecting the actual players, they were affecting the weird secondary team players that don't exist. We got Parker McMillan and everybody like that, you know? And they were basically abducting these players and percolating them, which, if you don't know what percolating means, that means you basically get put into a coffee machine and shaken around in water and turned into coffee.
What the fuck? Hey, what?
So, yeah, the game band, a bunch of other team things happened, but nothing to the actual players of Blaseball that we know, but all these, like, funny new added players got percolated. Okay. They got abducted by aliens or something. And this includes Parker McMillan IV. Parker was on Twitter for about a week. He was very friendly. Everybody loved Parker McMillan IV. He was, like, way more friendly and way more, like, interactive than Parker McMillan III ever was. And he likes to claim everybody was his friend. And we don't know if it was because he was legally obligated to do so, because they told him to do so, or if he was just actually a more friendly guy. We don't have the chance to really know what happened, because eventually the entirety of the game band and these other teams got percolated entirely, and they all vanished. And the last we heard from Parker McMillan IV was some tweets on Twitter of him saying, "Where am I? My head hurts."
Oh.
Parker McMillan IV, as far as we're aware, at this point is just dead. We don't know where he is. Season 12 is where I'm going to pick up next stream, because we are officially about 4 hours into the stream, and I need to take care of some shit.
Yes.
After this, we have Parker McMillan V, which begs the question, where the fuck are these Parkers coming from?
There's so many Parkers.
So many Parker McMillans. Parker McMillan V is the new replacement of Parker McMillan the Fourth, of course. I wish we got more story out of Parker McMillan IV, because I'm very curious about who he was, and we barely got to know him.
Damn.
But this is where I'm going to have to call it, because I have work tomorrow. I gotta take a shower. I gotta go to my parents' house before the night's over and feed the bird. Completely fair, though. Thank you for the stream. I will do what I can to try and pick this up tomorrow, because I am free tomorrow, and that'll be my goal for tomorrow, is to pick this up and continue.
Perfect. I'm here. Tell me what. Give me the time. I will be there. I will be there.
I will. Ow! This all hurts very badly. Thank you for stream. Monday I will pick this up. I will pick this up tomorrow, and then on Tuesday, you can catch me over on Astrowell's stream. I'll be there helping him play Earthbound.
Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot he's doing that. Yeah.
Oh my good lord! Oh my god!
Hold on.
That ball got stuck to my head. You hit me too hard.
Baseball, super hit.
Ow!
Peanuts. I'm gonna do another. We're just gonna keep going.
Ow!
Just gonna.
You good?
Shit. There we go. Okay.
All without flinching. I can't really flinch in this state. I'm sorry. Baseball
We're
attack.
doing more? We're doing more? Okay, hold on.
I think it's over mostly.
Nice birdie. Good birdie.
I think
Yeah, good birdie, Jeremy. Baseball attack. Yeah, baseball attack. Baseball attack. Yeah, the baseball attacks are working, Winter.
Yay.
Maybe you just need
I
to
think
type it in
it's
lowercase.
lowercase. Yeah. that's
Maybe
what
it
I'm
has to be
saying.
in lowercase. Yeah. Baseball attack.
Caps
Yeah.
lock. Baseball attack.
Let's see. Is there any other thing I want to talk about before we go on? Ow. I know eventually I'm going to get into maybe some of the player lore. Maybe I'll get into this might be all stuff I do after I talk about the game in its entirety.
Yeah.
Because the community, as I mentioned, is over half of this game, and I've just been explaining the game itself, and I'm not even done with that. You want to talk about how hot Jalen is? Oh, she's hot as hell.
I didn't watch, so I don't have any thoughts on Corvota's stream.
You weren't watching? You motherfucker. Jeremy was not watching my stream.
Jeremy.
To be fair, he is the one manning the pitching machine. I think he might be a little distracted.
All of them.
Yeah, he's the one in charge of like stuffing things into that pitching machine that always hits me. He's been distracted. I can't even blame him. Also, don't forget, he is literally a bird. I don't expect him to be able to retain this information. I literally have a computer chip for a brain.
I am also somewhat of a computer. Don't think about it as much.
Really?
Don't think about it. Yeah, I know.
He's picking up the peanuts off the ground. Yeah, I'm sure he's like having a fucking buffet over here for this.
I've been feeding Jeremy peanuts. I've been just kind of going in and out.
Listen, I know crows love peanuts. That happens in Blaseball. They literally peck people out of the giant shells. I know that.
I forget about that. Yeah, that was said.
Anyway.
Anywho.
I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed the music I was playing in the background. Unfortunately, the music is not going to be there in the VOD if anybody goes back to try and catch the VOD. However, I do have a playlist of all of this music I've been playing this whole time. I posted it in my Discord. Yeah. All of this music is by The Garages. The Garages is a collection of Blaseball fans who made a bunch of music based on the events of the game, or just whatever they really felt like if it had that vibe to it. And they are my favorite band, and I have posters of them on my walls.
Let's go.
The stream opened my third eye, and I'm excited for the next one. I will see you tomorrow unless something ruins that. That is my plan. I will be back.
Let's go.
If there's one thing I wish I could do, is I want to show you guys my Blaseball merch, but I don't really have a good way of showing things unless I clean my room and just like don't care about turning on my webcam for a bit. I have a lot of Blaseball merchandise, all of which was for charity.
Oh, hell yeah.
Merch. Yeah, and the merch is also no longer available. Everything I own is gone. You cannot buy any of it anymore.
No, is it like archived or anything?
Barely. There is. Let me just give some examples. There was a website called Blaseball Cares where they sold fan-made Blaseball merchandise for every single team. It was all kinds of different stuff. All of the profits went towards different charity events. There was a few things they actually even sold at a loss because of this. From that website, there was cookbooks, there was jerseys, there was shorts, there were hats, there was trading cards, like baseball cards. There was all kinds of things you could buy from that website. I have 2 sets of each series of trading card because I wanted to make sure I had backups. I have the entire collection. There is official vinyl records that are no longer available. There was a collaboration with a Lego type website where you can buy like custom Lego things, and they sold a bunch of Blaseball jerseys, and you were able to like custom request images to print on the Blaseball the little Lego heads. So I have 2 custom Lego figures that I spent like over $100 on to have my favorite players in Lego form.
Oh my god.
Baseball cards, if you will. Exactly, they were baseball cards. They were called in baseball, real baseball. The company that makes baseball cards is called Topps. These are Tlops. I have Tlops cards. So on top of having Tlops cards, I also have the official team cards, which came with one of the vinyls. There was a couple handful of vinyls by the Garages that they released, but one of them
jerseys.
Yes, they had jerseys. They had just other regular t-shirts, they had jerseys.
Oh.
A few of these vinyls that they were selling were being sold by a record company called Fourth Strike that the garages put together themselves. The money went directly towards the band members and maybe sometimes charities. One of those albums, the Discipline album, the album that's literally just called Blaseball Discipline, based on the Discipline era, is an entire album outlining the events that happened in the Discipline era. Everything I just explained to you up to this point is encapsulated in a vinyl record, an entire musical album. That album was officially, I'll say, sponsored by the developers of this game itself, and thus they included trading cards of all of the teams, meaning these are official trading cards, not fan-made trading cards. These are official trading cards. And I have every single one. They came in packs of 5. I had to buy a bunch of them, and I bought most of them on eBay because I didn't get all of them.
Oh my god.
And I had to buy them in packs for $20 each. I spent a lot of money on those fucking cards. I had them all.
Damn.
I actually had so many duplicates that I started going into the old Blaseball Discords and saying, hey, if anybody needs any of these cards, because they're so hard to get, let me know. And I've mailed out at least 5 of them.
God damn.
And that's not even it for the cards, because there was also a trading card game that was made for a while, and this thing is being archived as we are currently going through. Obviously, they had plans of releasing expansion packs for this trading card game.
Yep.
It was kind of something like Pokemon, something like Magic the Gathering. It was like an actual playable trading card game. And I bought it, I backed it on Kickstarter or whatever it was. I got like the premium pack for it. And because Blaseball died, the game did not continue, obviously. But then the company that made the cards went out of business due to a wide variety of different reasons that people are still trying to put together. Some of the cards that were ordered never even properly got delivered because they went out of business that quickly.
Oh.
So a very large haul of the packs of this trading card game were found in a thrift shop somewhere in Germany. And somebody who was a Blaseball fan who lived in Germany came across these trading card packs, which seemed to be like the packs that didn't get sold, the ones that didn't get shipped. They bought all of them and they're trying to mail them to the people who never got their copies.
Holy shit.
And I'm in a Discord of people trying to archive this weird card game that's kind of dead now. And because
so that's
the card
what you were
game
talking about on fucking tabletop sim, yeah? Is
Yeah.
that it?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So because of this, because the game is no longer being sold and there's no way to make money off it. Don't forget about what I need to do. I know, I'm trying to wrap up here. I know. The people are trying to upload those cards onto the tabletop sim, and it's playable now on tabletop sim. The image quality of the cards is a little low at the moment, but somebody one day is going to scan some higher quality versions of it, I'm sure. I have all the cards. I have all the chips. I could do that if I had a scanner.
I have a fucking scanner printer in my place, but we are in different locations. We can't do that. I wish we can't at the moment.
Right. So, before I go, just because it feels like the right thing to do, it would be Bandcamp.
Oh.
Don't mind me. Am I logged in? I am logged into Bandcamp. My profile picture on Bandcamp is a picture of a baseball player laying in a field.
Oh, fuck it.
Because I made this Bandcamp exclusively for the fact that I wanted to buy Blaseball albums as they were releasing. I guess the Discipline album is not on Bandcamp. Am I wrong?
Oh, no.
Or did I not buy it? Let me see. The garages. Do you have the Discipline album on here? Because they have a lot of albums. There it is. Yeah, Discipline. Okay.
There it is.
Because I bought the physical copy of this vinyl, I never bought the digital. I am going to send this to you. You could buy the album for $11 if you want, but you could also just sit here and listen to it. And everything I've just explained to you today is available to be listened to in song form, basically, throughout this album. It is. Some of the songs are goofy. Some of the songs are really good. I could not recommend listening to the Garages enough. In my Discord, I have a playlist of my favorite Garages songs. So, like I said, some of these songs are goofy. Some of them are like really niche and specific to Blaseball. But then there's other songs that are just good. In my Discord, in my songs channel, I posted a playlist of 50 plus songs. It's the ones that's been playing all stream of just the songs I think are like their all-time best. This is the album that's just like if you want to listen to what the garages were, this is everything that you should know up to this point.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
This album has 23 songs on it. Order the vinyl digital download. Oh, what is this? Huh? Do they still sell the... Okay, no, they don't sell it anymore. They don't. No, it's
No
all
one
sold out.
fucking archived this specific because I'm now looking through
What are
the
you looking for?
fucking merch of the Canadian Moist Talkers merch of the Blaseball jersey. See if I can draw it as soon as I can.
Tell you what, in my Discord, reach out to user Archileo, I believe is their username, Archileo. He was the Moist Talker fan, a friend of mine. He is one of my closest friends. I went through Blaseball with him. He was a Moist Talkers fan. If anybody would be able to get you that, it would be him, or he'd be able to reach out to his other Moist Talkers friends and get the pictures of it for you.
Winter just DM'd me with the Twitter link, so they
perfect.
might have something on here.
Awesome. The merch websites and everything are all dead nowadays. There's sadly nothing left.
I was looking through the fucking Wayback Machine, so...
Wayback Machine is probably the perfect way to do it. I didn't even think of that.
Yes.
Goddamn.
There's not on the specific pages. They have it, like, open, but it's, like, very small, though.
So you can't open each individual page, but you can kind of scroll through it all.
Or maybe there is. Not all of it's got. So like I went to specific Canada Moist Talkers. I can't open up the second page of it specifically.
Oh well. If you want to talk, if you want to
Mm-hmm.
talk about the Canada team, go to Leo. He was there. He was in the trenches.
Her.
He is the guy to go to, and I'm sure he'd be more than happy to tell you. That being said, I've gotta wrap up. I gotta take a quick shower. I gotta go to my parents' house. I gotta make sure the bird has food and water. That's it.
Oh, now.
Yeah, it's late. So, I hope you all have a great night. Thank you for sticking around. I will be back tomorrow. Here's hoping I could finish up tomorrow, because I'm telling you right now, this entire time I was just talking about the Discipline era. The expansion era is a little bit longer in terms of length, a lot bigger in terms of things that happen. I want to say at this point, maybe I'm only a third of the way through Blaseball, and I haven't even talked about like some of the character backgrounds or things like that. I am going to find somebody to raid though, because let's see. Tell you what, I have two options. I could either raid somebody, or I could send you to something a bit relaxing to help you calm down from all this. I found an account recently called ASCII Aquarium, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's basically like a digital fishbowl.
Ooh.
That being said, my friend Tech is playing Voices of the Void, which is always a fun thing to raid into. Oh god, I'm gonna raid Tech.
Okay.
Let me raid Tech really quick.
Let's see.
Raid Technomancer VT. You guys raid somebody you want to shill Blaseball to. Oh yeah, so Tech. I don't have a lot of friends who are online right now, so Tech would be the one person I could, I believe. Let's see, is there anybody else?
Let's see, actually, I want to check.
I don't think there's anybody else I follow who's live right now.
I
mean, people I'm friends with. I mean, no.
I wish I could.
Arguably Swolecat, because I see GK's over there, but that's like Spade's circle of friends. If they're gonna learn about Blaseball, they're gonna learn it through me. They're gonna learn about it through osmosis, through hearing it from me.
Found the jersey on Twitter. I win.
Awesome.
Oh, that's perfect. Let's do that.
I wish you all a good night, including you, Angel. Thank you for stopping in.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. I was very excited for this stream. This is like I was looking forward to this.
Also, I do also have the link from Winter she gave me about the merch. Awesome. Good night, everybody. Good night, Angel.
Night, night, chat. Night.
Uh.